help, she was able to get the entire nightmare cleared up, and now her family is officially debt-free. Listen, Xander's Identity Theft Protection is the best option out there. They have all the cyber tools and monitoring services you need. They cover all types of ID theft, and they even include up to $2 million in stolen funds protection. In the end, though, you need an ally, someone on your side to take over the work and fix the problem. That's what Xander is all about. Go to Xander.com to learn more or call 800-356-4282.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The White House is trying to change its messaging about the death of Alex Preddy by a Border Patrol agent over the weekend in Minneapolis. The Trump administration continues to claim the shooting of Preddy was justified because they say he was inciting violence against agents. Multiple camera angles, as well as an eyewitness account under oath, directly refute that claim. 5 different videos reviewed by ABC News show that Preddy was holding a phone and did not reach for a weapon that Minnesota officials say he did have a legal permit to carry. At the White House press briefing today, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the president is now asking for an investigation to play out, which contradicts prior statements and statements from other Trump administration officials.
Does the president believe that the killing, though, was a mistake? Has he expressed that at all?
Again, the president has said, we have to review it, and this investigation needs to continue, and he's letting the facts on the investigation lead itself.
If there was ever a moment for bipartisanship, it's now.
After the second fatal shooting involving an ICE agent in Minneapolis, we're hearing differing perspectives from an Arizona U.S. rep and the federal government. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the News Center to tell us more.
Today, Arizona Democrat U.S. Rep Yasemin Ansari calling on congressional Republicans to consider bills that would create guardrails around ICE enforcement and not pass a major funding package for DHS this week. Ansari says ICE needs to leave the state of Minnesota.
This is the Republicans' problem. They control 3 branches of government: the White House, the Senate, and Congress.
But White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying today it's Democrats urging people to push back on ICE's operations that's causing current escalating tensions,
leading to these dangerous circumstances that these federal law enforcement officers have been forced to work within.
Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The shooting over the weekend involving federal immigration officers in Minneapolis has been generating a lot of talk across the country and right here in the Valley. Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego has been a vocal critic of the Trump administration's approach on immigration, and he'll be joining Outspoken with Bruce Gaydos live at 5:30 this afternoon. You'll be able to watch the exclusive interview on our KTAR YouTube channel. TikTok weighing in on the recent outages that many users have been reporting. ABC's Mike Dubusky has more.
TikTok says it's working to restore services after a power outage at one of its data centers triggered by this weekend's winter storm. A spokesperson for the social media platform says some users may notice delays in publishing new posts and other technical issues. People have been reporting issues since early Sunday. It comes after TikTok's American operations came under new ownership late last week, with Oracle and several other investors taking over from the Chinese firm ByteDance. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
A new campaign seeks to bring a national women's soccer team to Arizona. Sunny Sports chairwoman and co-founder Vicky Mayo says her company is leading the way and encourages anyone interested in the effort to register for the Founding Fans Initiative.
What we're doing here with building out the Founding Fans is giving folks that really have a passion for soccer to receive exclusive updates, priority access in the future to things like tickets and merchandise.
Mayo also announced the construction of a closed dome stadium meant to accommodate all levels of professional soccer. You can learn more by going to sunnysports.com. A pickup driver died after crashing head-on into a Valley Metro bus in Phoenix early today. Police say there were no passengers on the bus and the bus driver is uninjured. The road was closed between 49th and 51st Avenues for the investigation. The pickup driver's name has not been made public. Today on Wall Street, the Dow rose 314 points at the close. S&P up 35 and the NASDAQ was up by 100. If you need more money news, just visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. As we check on traffic now in the Valley, Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, we do have a crash right now working at 7th Avenue and Highland in Phoenix. But otherwise, no major problems to slow you down out there across the valley. Traffic brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication, a $299 value, when you start any testosterone program only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword, Red Mountain. We are looking for a high temp today right at 70, 44 overnight, warming up to 72 tomorrow and 74 on Wednesday. But right now it's 67 degrees in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
Streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Thank you so much for entrusting us with your time today. We do appreciate it. It was, fair to say, a rough weekend? Oh, Joe? All right, that's the kind of insight I come to you for. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, rough would be an understatement. Don't be a jerk over there, man. I mean, you and I talked before the show. Yes, yeah. When I came down and saw Mike Broomhead this morning during our crossover at 11:45, I said to him, I said, I wanted to come down here and, joke with you a little bit about, the NFL games or the UFC I watched over the weekend. But, the news stories are just heavy isn't even the right word.
And unavoidable. I mean, this is the sound from Minneapolis as a man lost his life. At least 10 shots.
Oh, yeah. No.
On a guy who was on the ground and trying to get up. Now, DHS has come out, and DHS and Kristi Noem, if you recall, they said that this that this whole deal was this is all he had it coming. He was violently attacking them, violently resisting. He was armed, and the CBP chief there, was it Bavino? Is that his name? Mm-hmm. Said that he had every intention of massacring officers. I saw the video.
You see any of that?
I did not see what they're describing.
No.
And I'm happy to say, yes, you're right here. No, you're wrong there. For instance, I'm not going to deny the fact that the guy had a gun. I'm hearing some people that are like, well, there's no evidence he had a gun.
Yeah.
No, it looked to me like he had a gun because it looked like an agent took it out of his waistband. It looked like he had a gun.
I thought this was a fair description of the events. Noem, who was giving this press conference about things. So the individual we're talking about here, his name is Alex Preddy. He was an ICU nurse. And
at the VA.
Mm-hmm. So this quote that I saw, this was in a Mediaite article, says, an individual approached officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, according to Noem.
Wait, that's not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's just sort of being presented in a clouded manner.
Yeah, the officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Again, this is according to Noem. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots.
Okay.
Noem added that Preddy had 2 magazines with ammunition, no ID.
Okay. So he was armed. He did approach officers.
Mm-hmm.
But he was not an armed individual approaching officers in the way that we typically use the phrase when we report the news. When we report the news, we would say a man who officers, took out was later found to have had a firearm.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, they make it sound like he was armed and dangerous and coming at them, and he was pointing guns at them. And they're not necessarily lying, and then they're using adjectives and adverbs. He viciously resisted arrest.
The description I saw, which I feel summed up the events better. In the video, a DHS officer violently pushes a woman to the ground. Preddy appears to move toward her to help her up, and agents then pepper sprayed both Preddy and the woman before dragging Preddy to the ground. At no point in the clip does Preddy appear to draw or brandish a weapon.
And the lesson here is...
That's what I saw.
Never try to help a woman. That's what I took from it.
We know that's not true. But you and I were talking back in rehearsal, and we talked about both Secretary Noem and also the head of... Is it the head of the Border Patrol?
That local, he's head of operations there in Minneapolis,
Essentially gaslighting the public and describing this situation in a way that just does not match up with at all what the public is seeing on video.
It felt very Orwellian.
It honestly...
Don't believe your eyes.
It makes me just... I mean, you heard the sound that came out of my mouth right as we started the show. It makes me shake my head. It ticks me off. It makes me very upset. And I know what I'm seeing. And the phrase fake news over the last few years infuriates me because I know what the news is and I know what the truth is. And you and I talk a lot on this show about AI and how not to be deceived by it.
Mm-hmm.
This video that you'll see out there is not AI. So when you describe it as though Alex Preddy was some sort of armed individual, at no point did he put his hand on his weapon.
No. I mean, he was armed, but he had a concealed carry. So now are we not pro-Second Amendment?
Well, and what I saw in the video was he was disarmed before he was shot.
Wait, so the officers took his firearm away?
That's what I saw.
Wait! I thought Biden was the one that was going to go door to door taking people's guns away. Sounds like ICE is out there taking people's guns away.
No.
Interestingly, there is spillover as we're seeing protests in Arizona. Even this morning, we had students that were walking out.
I can tell you all four corners
from Arizona's family.
Corners of Chandler Boulevard and Arizona Avenue are filled with students and other demonstrators in response to this. And so what we're seeing right now is a lot of people protesting in response to the action that's been going on in Minneapolis. And so we're seeing a lot of signs. We're hearing a lot of honking. It's very loud out here. So I'm going to send it to our Arizona Family Chopper to give you a better perspective of the scene around here. So we reached out to the district and they are aware of this planned walkout today. And they have acknowledged that while this is endorsed by Chandler High School, it's not endorsed by the high school, excuse me there. We know that they are trying to speak out and talk about something that is something important to the community out here. They said in a statement, we value student voice.
Did you have any walkouts or anything when you were in high school?
There was like a senior skip day. That was it.
That's not a walkout. That's skip day.
Basically a excused walkout.
This feels like the 1960s to me, where you've got teenagers, you've got young adults that are out protesting, that are skipping school, that are
honking
closing down.
horns, screaming, yelling.
But on Friday of last week, remember Minneapolis basically shut down so that people could get out and protest. I mean, this feels like the 1960s when we had Kent State and we had Woodstock and we had all those different rallies or people gathering at the National Mall or whatever it was. This wasn't going on when I was a kid.
No.
In the 80s and 90s. It was like we had gotten past that. Now we're coming back around to it. And
we've talked about how the weather too and how we thought that the weather would slow protests down. It was minus 30 degrees in Minneapolis.
Wind chill.
And the reports that I heard, yes, wind chill, were that thousands of protesters, I heard like, I want to say 50,000 in one case.
They are Minnesota
was the
tough.
estimate that they were still out there protesting.
Well, there had been a fresh shooting of somebody that was protesting. There weren't that many people on the scene. I mean, I saw the footage. How many other protesters were there? There were a bunch of ICE agents. There were a few that were on the streets, and there were people blowing whistles. Yeah, a couple dozen. That's it. But it wasn't like 30,000 people. But then ICE shoots a guy in the back and then blames people for seeing it. And, of course, it's gonna draw people out of their homes. They go, well, honey, get me my furry boots. We're going to have to go downtown and do some protest in here. They're shooting ICU nurses out there in the street now. Oh, goodness. Walter, I guess we're going to have to go then, aren't we? Had they not done that, there wouldn't have been 30,000 people protesting in the street.
Yeah.
It refreshed their anxiety. It drug up all of the angry emotions and brought them all out again.
I think even more. I think more so. I agree. I think the Renee Good shooting, had a lot of questions, and you could see it one way or the other based on how you watched that video. I understand that. I don't understand how you could watch this video and how the conclusion could be drawn that Mr. Preddy deserved what happened to him.
I'm going to make the argument of why that's coming. I'm going to make that argument. That is our why today. Our what's the why? Why are things going to get worse before they get better? And I think Joe just kind of hit the nail on the head on some of these. It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
Yeah, we had the same.
KTAR News Flash.
2:14. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Pinal County Attorney Brad Miller defending his agreement with federal law agencies in assisting with immigration enforcement. An attorney with the Pinal County Board of Supervisors sent a letter to Miller urging him to end the agreement by this week or face possible legal action. Miller says the agreement, known as 287G, helps both local and federal law enforcement to share information, thereby making communities safer.
Since we've actually been in the community and we know our communities, we know our neighborhoods, we can potentially share that information with ICE so that we don't end up in a situation like you see in Minnesota.
The Board of Supervisors says because they did not approve the 287G agreement, it's void. Miller says he has no intention of ending the agreement. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. 70 today, 72 tomorrow, and right now we're looking at 67 degrees in Scottsdale. Weather is brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at Homes2X.com.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Shout out first to Chandler. Thank you so much for listening to the program, being a part of our show, the Chris and Joe Show in Chandler. And remember, you see us on the KTAR News YouTube channel, where you're also allowed to interact with the show. We'd love to have commentary that goes into the chat that's in there as well. After reviewing what's going on in Minnesota, where another demonstrator was shot, this time in the back, multiple times, and then having the administration come out and tell us that, well, he had it coming. He was hell-bent on creating a massacre and basically telling us everything that we didn't see in the video. And there are multiple angles of that video. We've not seen the footage from the body cam yet, and I don't know if we're going to. I don't even know if they held on to it. They're supposed to be preserving evidence, but it took a court order to tell law enforcement to preserve evidence, which I thought was really strange because I thought that was just standard practice. We'll ask. We've got a guest on a little bit later on. We'll ask that question specifically. But why are things going to get worse before they get better?
Yeah, you tell me, because I really want to be optimistic that this is not going to get darker, and I know you want to be optimistic too. But you think we're headed in a wrong direction to kick things off.
So let me start with where you left off in the last segment. And that is, you said you didn't know how anyone could see it both ways. You said with Renee Good, you could make the argument that she's her
behind
car,
the wheel in a car.
Right. In this case, you said you didn't know how anybody could see it any other way than the guy was basically thrown down and murdered in the street.
Preddy has a gun, which appeared to me to be, in his back.
Yeah, waistband.
But at no point did I see him reach for that gun, touch that gun, do anything with it. And what I saw in the video is his gun was actually taken from him before he was killed.
So you asked, how could anyone see it both ways? And my answer is simple, because they want to. They want to see it both ways.
So they want to see it as though he had it coming?
We were talking in rehearsal. You remember when we did this? I don't know if you were even paying attention. I told you to write it down. You said you would. You didn't.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
We have already made up our minds before we have any facts. And then you said something I thought was really interesting. Do you remember what it was?
I don't.
I wrote it down for you.
Oh, thank you. What did I say?
Amateurs.
I said amateurs?
I work with amateurs. You said there's no discovery. We have already determined, here's the ending of the story. And I'm going to blame TikTok for this. How do you get attention on TikTok? You give away the surprise ending first, and then you fill it all in. If you're telling a story on TikTok, you don't go beginning, middle, and end. You go end, beginning, middle, and end. That's how we witness things in real time now. We come to the conclusion, then we find out what else happened, and then we omit any sort of information that doesn't support the conclusion that we already decided to begin with. Because we have to have that short attention span. So every story is given with conclusion first, supporting facts that lead then back to the conclusion.
So I agree with you. But
of course you do. It was brilliant.
Here would be my challenge of that assessment, though. I still feel like you have to conclude Preddy did not have this coming if you watch the end of the video first, where he's shot, and then you watch the beginning, middle, and end.
No.
It's as though there's a narrative that's crafted out there where people don't even want to watch the video, and they just feel like the mere fact that he showed up to a protest with a weapon meant that he had it coming. So they omit the end, and they just say beginning, middle.
No, because they've already determined that the ICE officers are justified. Whatever the shooting is, even if they tell us that he was going to massacre people and you saw the video and you go, well, it didn't look to me like he was going to massacre people, you still have already come to the conclusion that he had it coming. In fact, we know that because Arizona Republicans have spoken out. Activist Barbara Carpenter, she posted online, FAFO, which is F around, find out. I was talking with somebody in the office this morning, and they said, had that guy not gotten out of bed that day, he'd still be alive. And I thought, well, that's true. You know, you're not wrong about that. But had ICE officers not used this excessive force, he'd still be alive, too.
And what did he do wrong? That's my question.
You could argue, just for the sake of argument, that he was interfering with the execution of a warrant.
A woman gets pepper sprayed or maced in the face.
She was in the way of ICE executing the warrant. And I don't even know. I'm just taking the DHS's word for it at this point on that. But their credibility is suspect. But
let's assume he did interfere.
Yes. So let's suppose, because here's what I saw. I'm trying to piece together a number of different things. I'm in the discovery phase.
Yeah.
What I saw was, where the video started, ICE was in a confrontation with this woman.
Yes.
DHS tells me that ICE was there to execute a warrant.
Yes.
So I fill in the blanks and I say she was interfering with ICE executing a warrant. Okay.
Preddy enters the scene.
Preddy enters the scene because ICE is kind of roughing this woman up.
Yep.
He pushes the woman back, and then he steps between the woman and ICE.
So what should happen in your narrative if this was handled correctly?
He should be shot 10 times in the back, obviously.
Or
if they need to, they pepper sprayed him, right? That was the first thing. Then they got him on the ground. That's when we hear from DHS that he was violently resisting arrest. Well, he was being piled on by 10 guys, and I don't know, 10, but it was at least half a dozen guys, and he was being pepper sprayed consistently. I mean, it wasn't like they let up on the pepper spraying. So the guy's in fight or flight mode. At that point, they decided that was enough to shoot him. I think they should have detained the guy.
And what I saw was they took his weapon off of him first and then shot him.
I saw that too.
So I don't see the threat where they say that, he was violent and ready to, rain hell down on people there. I didn't see it.
But now we excuse the behavior anyway. Let me see. Protesters, this is from AZ Central. Protesters are getting in the way of ICE agents doing their job, said Carpenter, a Republican activist and retiree living in Kingman. This is one I told you about before. She serves as the secretary of the Kingman Republican Women and the second vice chair for the Mojave County Republican Central Committee.
Okay, maybe he was in the way.
Lee Collins is the first vice chair of Arizona's 8th legislative district. She said, anybody who's been maced, how do you get maced? Because you're in their face. I'm sorry. If you're at home not interfering, you don't get maced. Let them do their job. They're just federal workers doing what they've been asked to do. Okay, well, they're not park rangers, right? It's not like they're it's not like they're out there picking up trash out of Joshua Tree. Okay, they're executing these warrants, which brings me to another reason things are going to get worse before they get better. This is all political. All of it has turned political. A man is dead in Minneapolis, not because of ICE. This is a very unpopular opinion, but it's because of politics. Here's my hot take. If you are making a donation to any politician today, you are contributing to this climate.
How so?
Because what's happening is politicians are using this as a way to advance their own personal agendas. Their agendas to raise money, to draw attention to whatever their will is. And they're going to ask you for donations. The only way we can stop Donald Trump is if you donate to me now. The only way that you can stop the radical Democrats who are inviting violence onto our streets is to make a donation now. Keep up the pressure on the illegal aliens who are here to do damage to your family. And you fall for it. And if you're making a donation, because you don't like what you're seeing, I don't care if you're contributing to a Democrat or Republican. If you're making a political donation right now, you're part of the problem. You want to fix a problem? Defund politics. Defund it all. And get ready. Because as much as you were frustrated with this and you go, how can people turn away? 30,000 people showed up in Minneapolis the night after he got shot. They're in sub-zero temperatures protesting. How is the pressure going to come off of this? Get ready. There will be another distraction. Distractions are good for the administration. They have a policy. Steve Bannon named it. He called flood the zone with, I'm going to say trash. Mm-hmm. He used an expletive. And now what we do is instead of accountability, instead of investigations, instead of discovery, we finger point. And we saw it after Renee Good. We saw it after Preddy. And that is that we come out and we say, the Democrats are responsible for the blood on your hands. And the Democrats come out and they say, Trump is responsible for the blood on your hands. And I'm going to tell you that everyone that's ever made a donation has culpability here. Because if these things weren't good for fundraising, they would stop. They would absolutely stop.
Now, what drives me nuts is you have a couple things going on here. You have facts get omitted. To me, we're seeing that going on with the Preddy shooting and the tape of, or they just make up facts to fit their narrative. And you also have selectively picking pieces and picking and choosing what your story is going to be. Because to me, if you're objective, you have to say, well, okay, the people that protested on January 6th, they had a right to be there in Washington, D.C., but then you'd also have to stand up for Mr. Preddy, who had a right to be in Minneapolis and to be protesting. And you can't say, well, he should have never gotten out of bed. So should all of those people in Washington, D.C. on January 6th have not gotten out of bed? No, they had a right to be there, but somehow Preddy never should have done what he did. But what gives me a little bit of hope, Chris, is I did see over the weekend, I saw the NRA, of all organizations, taking on the administration and saying that this was wrong, that they don't defend what happened to Preddy. That gives me a little ray of hope that, hey, a red line was crossed for them. And everybody's got a red line. And what's the red line for you? That you feel like, you know what, this is not right, that things went too far. Everybody's got one. And I think in this case, we're seeing some in the administration say, nope, haven't crossed that red line yet for them. They're willing to admit facts. They're willing to look at things and selectively change details. But for the NRA, a line was crossed. I know that for me, I feel like over the weekend, yet another line was crossed. And I don't know what it's going to be for you out there, but I feel like we continually see lines get crossed.
So much of the arguing in Minnesota comes down to messaging. Communication breakdowns are leading people and mobs to fill in the confusing parts with their own assumptions. Something you're seeing happen in the aftermath of recent shootings at protesters is a big miss in messaging, how the confusion is part of the strategy, and it's backfiring. Next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
If you live or work in Superior, Porter's is where you eat. We love serving the community that's meant so much to our family for generations. Having the Resolution Mine here has been a great thing. More business in town means more business for us, our suppliers, the hotels, really all of our neighbors. Projects like this drive the whole economy around here.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Seeking top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, Natural Grocers shines through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplements the rest with Natural Grocers brand vitamins and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
Start the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day. Available online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com or at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery, or Wegmans.
Hey, it's Pat. Does your brain ever seize up when you have a lot of choices in front of you? Mine does. At restaurants, the mall, ice cream, decision paralysis. Weird thing is, I have zero issues picking out a Toyota. There isn't a bad choice in the bunch. It's easy. easy, not like other things. I mean, somebody gave me a gift card to an online store. I've been sitting in front of the computer for 3 days trying to figure out what to buy. Oh, maybe ice cream.
Right now, get low 1.99% for 60 months on remaining 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 models. Or get 4.99% APR financing for 60 months on best-selling Toyotas like Camry, Corolla, and Grand Highlander. Or get a great lease deal on any new Toyota. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,887 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2026 Camry and Corolla. 1.99% financing with $1,752 per thousand borrowed for 60 months on 2025 Tacoma SR and SR5 only. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers end 2/2/26. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500 plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9000000, 800-900-0000.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. ICE is acting less like a law enforcement agency and more like a secret police for President Trump. That comes from Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego today as he spoke out against ICE's aggressive tactics in Minneapolis.
Professional enforcement would not be doing things of this nature. Professional enforcement that, does investigations, arrests people, goes through the process, it would not cause this type of chaos and pushback that's happening here.
Gallego says right now ICE agents are more concerned with filling detainment quotas than actually deporting people. We're going to hear much more from the senator when he joins Outspoken with Bruce Gaydos at 5:30 this afternoon. You can watch the exclusive interview on the KTAR YouTube channel. The majority leader in the Arizona legislature is calling for the state attorney general to resign due to her comments about ICE. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us now live at the News Center with the details.
State Senator John Kavanaugh tells the Mike Broomhead Show AG Chris Mays has endangered law enforcement for saying they could be shot under stand your ground laws.
And she's also endangered local police. SWAT teams wear face coverings and the military-type fatigues.
Mays clarified her comments in a video over the weekend, saying she stands with law enforcement and wants to keep them safe, but won't be deterred from speaking out about the Trump administration.
But we have all witnessed the increasingly chaotic and dangerous activity of ICE agents in cities across the country.
Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
If you're an APS customer, your bill may be going up by 14%.
If the proposal goes through, it would be the fourth rate hike from the Valley utility since 2017, and this hike is expected to add about $20 to your power bill each month. APS Manager of Regulatory Compliance Ann Carlton tells Arizona's Morning News that their proposed rate increase is unnecessary, and they will make sure data centers pay their fair share for the power they use.
One of the big proposals we have in this rate case is actually a 45% increase for their rates to make sure that they will continue to pay their fair share.
She says that though they don't have a lot of data centers in their service area, the rate hike is a proactive measure in anticipation of expected data center growth. Kellen Shover, KTAR News.
Now tonight from 6 until 8 p.m., a Corporation Commission hearing will be held via telephone looking for your input on this proposed 14% increase in electricity rates for APS customers. Right now, let's take a look at the roads this afternoon. Here's Commander Bill live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Let's go right to an accident near the state capitol, 17th Avenue at Jefferson. There's a crash along Glendale just west of 19th Avenue, that one involving a motorbike. Along Bethany Home Road near 35th Avenue, another accident. And across town in Chandler, crews working on a crash along Arizona Avenue at the 202 Santan. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
Partly cloudy skies today, right around 70 for a high temp, 44 overnight, and 72 tomorrow. Climbing on up to 74 by Wednesday. Right now in Laveen, it's 65 degrees. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp, and a data center that would have been housed in a 10-acre building was rejected by Chandler recently. Now, one in the Northwest Valley might get rejected by a city in which it wouldn't even be located. Find out why on the next Arizona's Morning News.
Good thoughts happening in the chat on the KTAR News YouTube channel right now. Appreciate lively debate. Good conversation happening then. Although I will say I was just warned by one of our viewers.
Yeah?
Not to shoot you.
Oh, what? Why would I be shot?
Well, there was a conversation in the chat about whether or not the guy should have taken a gun to a protest.
Okay.
And I said, well, he has a concealed carry. What's the point in having a concealed carry if you can't take a firearm with you into a place where you think there might be stuff going down?
So why would I be shot?
Because someone else made the comparison that he has a Second Amendment right to carry that, just like Joe has the right to wear that coat.
Uh-huh.
And I said, Joe has no right to wear that coat. And they said, please don't shoot Joe.
Oh, hey, whoever stood up for me not being shot, thank you.
If you have not been on the channel today, you see that Joe is wearing, I will say on YouTube, it looks far more peach than it does in person. In person, it's very salmon.
It's very flamingo.
Yeah, you got that going for you.
Hey, please don't shoot me just because I'm here wearing a, flamingo coat.
New episode of Amazing Arizonas is out today. Mike Broomhead sits down with Iron Chef winner and Valley restaurateur Mark Tarbell. Is it Tarbell or Tarbell? Tarbell. Catch the exclusive interview on the KTAR News YouTube channel or listen wherever you get your podcast. Amazing Arizona's podcast brought to you by Resolution Copper. I was thinking about the trust vacuum that we're seeing.
The trust vacuum?
Yeah, so I think one of the problems that people are having, and one of the reasons that things continue to escalate where we see the ICE protests, is that we're lacking trust. And we saw this happen last year. We saw things happen in Los Angeles. We saw them happen in Portland. We saw them happen I think we've had them in Memphis earlier this year and other places.
Chicago, I know.
Yeah.
Sure.
And when stuff goes down, the administration comes out and they tell us that our eyes are deceiving us. Don't believe your lying eyes. The Trump administration rushing to demonize Preddy. This is the gentleman that was shot Saturday in Minneapolis, the VA nurse. So the guy's job is literally to save the lives of veterans. And they're rushing to try to demonize this guy. They've distorted the facts. They said that he was armed, that he was violent, that he was hell-bent on committing a massacre, that he was out to try to do all sorts of things. First of all, they can't comment on his motivation. They're not him, right? That's the sort of thing you sort out on a witness stand, which he'll never take. President Trump said Democrats were to blame for the deaths of both Renee Good and this Preddy guy, Alex Preddy. And so he says, well, it was the Democrats' fault.
How so?
Well, they've incited insurrection, is what he said. And of course, what he's doing is he's setting himself up to be able to send more troops and invoke the Insurrection Act by claiming Democrats are inciting insurrection. So what we've got is another example of accountability being replaced by finger pointing. But I think this is part of the flood the zone with trash tactic that we talked about in the last segment. But because of this, because we're being told one thing and our eyes are seeing something different, it's creating a trust vacuum. So what do we believe? What don't we believe? And when the communication, when the onslaught of information is inaccurate, it creates more mistrust. And as a mob, and let's face it, when we're all getting out and protesting together, you become part of a mob, whether you have violent intent or not, that's it. And when the mob doesn't have clear communication, and they don't have a clear foundation of what is true and what is not true, that creates uncertainty. That creates fear. And as you have fear, you react to that oftentimes with violence. And then people start to fill in the blanks with whatever their preconceived notions are. In fact, I was reading Axios newsletter this morning. Mike Allen was the author this morning. Mike Allen's a longtime news guy, for those unfamiliar. And he wrote this, and this really jumped out at me. Americans' understanding of this month's killings in Minnesota depends on which government they believe. And I thought that was really fascinating. Pro-Trump influencers are spreading false information about Preddy's killing on social media, including some images generated by artificial intelligence. Republicans are split right now on how to respond. Many party leaders have just stayed silent. The president did talk with Governor Walz today. We'll get information on whatever they said. We'll talk with our ABC News correspondent in Minneapolis on that conversation in just a few moments.
I have a question for you, too. I want to draw a distinction between what you see in the cable newses and what, Broomhead, the boys from Outspoken, and you and I do, too. Because I feel like cable news is just doing it to drive a narrative home. Whereas Broomhead, you and I, the boys from Outspoken, all really say what we believe. And my question is, to me, I feel like the media is to blame, at least the cable news is, and some of what you'll see online for some of this too. And you just pointed out, you said that there's a trust vacuum and that there's this narrative of which government do people believe. And I think it's interesting that with the media, I think we see some of this too, of people will flock to, well, I believe Fox, or I believe Newsmax, or I believe CNN, and they'll just go with that. And I think that's part of the problem here as well, that people don't check sources. They don't consider other outlets. They just go to what they know. And I will blame some corners of the media for that as well, that I feel like you can't just go with one. And it's good to, hey, what you heard from Broomhead this morning is going to be different from what you hear from Chris and I, is going to be different what you hear from Outspoken. And guess what? I value all three.
So what I think is interesting is I'm going to draw a distinction between news and what you just described.
Okay.
So you've got a news product, and then you've got confirmation bias products.
Okay.
And I think in the case of the cable news channels, they all know their lane, right? MSNBC, say the most progressive thing. Fox, say the most conservative thing. CNN, say the most outrageous thing.
Okay.
Right? And so I don't look at those as being necessarily news reporting.
But
when you're talking about the roundtables or the hosts.
Others out there do.
Well, that's because they all position themselves as news networks. But the actual news product, when they have the desk and the reporters and things like that, that's a little bit different story. And so I think part of the media blame that you're assigning, and I don't think you're necessarily wrong, is that media has done a very poor job of articulating exactly what we are. So, are we news, or are we a confirmation bias machine?
So if I asked you right now, what are Chris and Joe? What would you say?
Opinion.
Okay. But I would argue, to your point, we are opinion, but we also are forming our opinion based on facts and news that we see.
That's just how we do our jobs.
Yeah.
Right. That's how we do
I think that's an important distinction, too.
Well, I mean, I think credibility is the currency of our position here.
Exactly.
But not everybody sees it that way. In fact, I would even go so far as to say this, that the information doesn't have to be accurate. And this is why we're seeing Kristi Noem, we're seeing the Bovino guy, the Border Patrol head there in Minneapolis. We're seeing President Trump. They're just flooding the zone with trash. It doesn't have to be accurate. It just needs to progress the administration's image. And misinformation is used as a benefit. And we actually saw that the first administration. Remember, that's when we got alternative facts, right? Misinformation,
fake news.
Yes, is being spun to the benefit. And honestly, it's a loyalty test to see who will believe it. How far can we push this? How far will it go? How much loyalty do we have in our base before we start losing them? And while you still try to sort out what happened in Minneapolis and watch to see if there's any signs of similar behaviors in the Valley, courts are hearing a case that could completely change the way ICE is carrying out their duties. What the two sides are saying to make their case is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. A little chilly this morning. A little chilly. A little chilly this morning. I kind of like that. You know how I like that. I crack my window a little bit. And you know, if you've got some of those double hung windows from Advanced Window Products, I like to do this. I like to open the top one just a little bit, open the bottom one just a little bit, a little couple inches up here, a little couple inches down there.
Look
like
at
to
you
split
getting
it up.
a little bougie with your windows.
I like to mix up my window opening every now and again. And I can do that because when you've got Advanced Window Products, you've got the highest quality vinyl windows you're going to get in the Valley for the absolute best price. And right now, with the New Year's special, you get $1,250 off 5 windows or more, or up to $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. Now, why Advanced Window Products? You know this. You see the ads. There's a ton of different window window sellers in the Valley. But Advanced Window Products is a manufacturer. They make the windows, right? And that's the important part here. They cut out the middleman. In just one day, they can install new windows on your home. They build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. Labor, glass, parts, all of that covered, even transferable to the next owner. So let's say you got a big truck driving by your house and it flings a stone up in the air and that stone breaks one of your windows. You call Advanced Window Products. They come fix it for nada. Financing is available. Payments as low as $150 a month. And when you're not watching your air conditioning leak outside your dirty old windows, You're probably saving about $150 a month. Call 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280. Or visit advancedwindows.com.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from KTAR News. This show's keyword is
swing. Swing.
Text the word
swing
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pest.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
At Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix, you ask, they answer. Hi, I'm Jamie West, inviting you to Beatitudes New Year Be Informed luncheon with John Spooner from Greystone Communities. His informative presentation will cover entrance fees, monthly costs, long-term value, and you can check out the beautiful Beatitudes campus on Thursday, January 29th at 11:30. Save your spot by texting RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply. KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. A number of U.S. Border Patrol agents and their commander have been ordered to leave Minneapolis by the Trump administration. This comes after President Trump ordered border czar Tom Homan to take command of operations on the ground in that city in the aftermath of 2 deadly shootings in 3 weeks involving federal immigration officers. The move comes after the president and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz spoke today, a conversation the president described as positive, saying he and the governor seem to be on a similar wavelength. Once again, a number of Border Patrol agents and their commander have been ordered by the Trump administration to leave Minneapolis. You can get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Just download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. We're looking for a high today of 70, 72 tomorrow with a few clouds tucked in there. In Glendale right now, we're up at 68 degrees. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Back in 1977, Ford F-Series became America's best-selling trucks. 33 million trucks later, Ford has kept that title every year since. F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 49 years and counting. Paul Calvise here. Take the 2025 Ford F-150 truck. Available features like Pro Power on board and interior work surface. Every detail matters, from powerful engines to smart technology. And right now in a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT, get 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back. 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $2,000 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT. Or looking for something smaller in size? How about the Ford Bronco Sport or the Ford Maverick truck? Affordability never looks so good. But hurry, it all ends January 31st at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
The president spoke to the governor of Minnesota. Is this the beginning of peace in the area? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
The YouTube channel where you can see us right now. We're set to talk with Janelle Klein. She's in Minneapolis right now, our ABC News correspondent. Janelle is in there, and hopefully she got herself a nice big parka. Janelle, I know that the governor said he talked with President Trump. Is that right? Governor Walz talked with President Trump, and I saw a statement from President Trump that said that they're all on the same page, and it was a really good call.
Yeah, kind of a surprise coming out of today that the two of them apparently did have a brief phone call with both of them announcing that on social media. Walz called the call productive. He says Trump agreed to look into reducing the number of federal agents in Minnesota. He said also Trump promised to work with the state in a more coordinated fashion on immigration enforcement, especially regarding violent criminals. And he said Trump now said that he will talk with the Department of Homeland Security about making sure the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension is able to investigate the fatal shooting Saturday of Alex Preddy and the fatal shooting several weeks ago of Renee Good. So it sounds like it was fairly productive, and that maybe they're getting closer to being on the same page.
Janelle Klein, ABC News correspondent in Minneapolis, joins us. Janelle, can you unpack that last tidbit that you just mentioned for us a little bit more, that Walz and the president have agreed that the president will talk with DHS about ensuring an independent investigation of these recent shootings? The Renee Good shooting happened, I don't have a calendar in front of me, but over a week ago. The Alex Preddy shooting just happened over this past weekend. Any sort of timeline or any more details in regards to what those investigations will look like?
Yeah, so from the beginning, there's been a clash between who will have authority, if you will, over those investigations. And the federal government has said from the beginning that they were going to conduct an independent investigation and that the state would not be allowed to conduct its own investigation, essentially blocking the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, which is the state agency that handles cases like that. So there's been a clash, including on Saturday when Alex Preddy was killed. There was a move to try to preserve evidence and preserve the scene, and that didn't happen quickly enough. There was a judge's order that went through on Saturday night ordering the federal government to preserve evidence, but there's a concern that that happened too late and that this won't be a good investigation. So they have really butted heads from the beginning on both of these shootings and on several other things that have happened with ICE agents. And now it sounds like Trump is a little bit more open to allowing a separate investigation by state officials in addition to the FBI.
ABC News correspondent in Minneapolis, Janelle Klein, joining us right now. They were ordered to preserve evidence. It would seem to me, what do I know, that everyone in law enforcement would know that anytime you have a scenario going down where there's an officer-involved shooting, you always preserve all of the evidence and you try to protect all the crime scenes. Is that not standard practice with ICE?
It is not standard practice. At least it hasn't been in Minnesota. But yes, that would be the typical protocol. In the case of Alex Preddy, the shooting that happened Saturday morning, you can see on eyewitness video that the agents involved in the shooting essentially flee the scene. And that allowed protesters and other people who were just in the neighborhood to go upon the scene, to contaminate evidence. There really wasn't an effort made to block that area off or preserve evidence. So that has been the concern from the beginning, that, you know, in some cases, these agents maybe haven't been trained to do that, or in any case haven't done that. And so that's always been a point of contention between state officials and federal officials, both in this case and, as you said, in the shooting several weeks ago of Renee Good.
Janelle, do you have any idea what the status of the agents who have been involved in these shootings is? Are they still actively working up there in Minneapolis? Have they been moved to other cities? Any indication what they're up to?
That's a question we've been hoping to get an answer to since this happened on Saturday, but the federal government has not been particularly forthcoming with information. We have no idea who the agents are that were involved in this. We don't know what their assignment is right now. We don't know any details about what they had as far as a background or training other than the brief comments that were made right after the shooting. So those are all questions we're hoping to get answers to.
Janelle Klein, our ABC News correspondent in Minneapolis. Janelle, I know that there's hearings scheduled about the administration's enforcement in Minneapolis, that the courts were going to hear about the constitutionality, the legality of how they're going about that. Do we know what the courts are finding at this time?
At this time, we haven't heard any rulings yet, but you're right. There are two separate cases that are being heard today in Minneapolis courtrooms. One of them involves, as you said, the legality of federal agents' activity in Minnesota. It was argued this morning, and it really has to do with ICE and their intrusiveness and danger that they are inflicting on Minnesota. The state is arguing that they're violating Minnesota's sovereignty under the 10th Amendment. So that was the case argued this morning by Attorney General Keith Ellison's office. The other one that's being heard this afternoon involves local officials' claims that federal agents are getting in their way of investigating those deaths of Alex Preddy on Saturday and the ICE shooting several weeks ago of Renee Good. So two separate cases, but both involving ICE activity, and we've yet to hear rulings on either one.
Janelle Good, ABC News correspondent in Minneapolis. Thank you so much for your time, Janelle. We appreciate it.
Thanks, you guys.
Yeah, dynamite job. Hey, you keep hearing the Democrats talk about campaign finance reform, then you look at who's actually paying for politics in Arizona, and, you see where this is going. The Dems deals with the Devils next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gaydos for Lund Mortgage. Mortgage rates have dropped considerably since then, so now could be a great time to consider refinancing and saving money. My friends at Lund Mortgage track interest rates daily, so they can help you act fast and save big. Just send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. They'll monitor the market for you and alert you when it's the right time to refinance. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving, and tell them Gaydos sent you.
Mike Broomhead.
Education is changing whether you like it or not, because parents don't have the luxury of fighting for years and years. When you've got a child in school, before you know it, it's over. It feels like you drop them off on a Monday in kindergarten and you pick them up 2 weeks later and they're 18 and graduating from high school. Parents don't have the luxury of time to fight the system for their specific child.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM.
Want to hear from all the GOP candidates for governor in the 2026 election? Want to hear from the candidates running for Arizona's wide open seats in Congress in next year's big midterm election? Well, then join me, Jim Sharp, for the AZ Political Podcast. Get it at the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
Join KTAR in Tempe, April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
On the House means home improvement and repair advice is free of charge when you listen to Rosie, helping Arizona homeowners for over 30 years. That's Rosie on the House. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey guys, it's Broomhead. If you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Starting testosterone therapy with Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free. That's a $299 value. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores the get up and go so you'll feel like you're 20 again. Gain more muscle with less effort in the gym. You'll also think better. You'll sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat and get you ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your smartphone, keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR breaking news alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center this afternoon. A number of U.S. Border Patrol agents and their commander have been ordered to leave Minneapolis by the Trump administration. This after President Trump ordered border czar Tom Homan to take command of operations on the ground in that city in the aftermath of the two deadly shootings in 3 weeks involving federal immigration officers. This comes after the president and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz spoke today, a conversation the president described as positive, saying he and the governor seemed to be on a similar wavefront. Once again, a member of the Trump administration to leave Minneapolis. You can get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app and for more, go to KTAR.com. Senator Ruben Gallego stands by his threat to not fund the government over aggressive immigration tactics. In a roundtable with media today, Gallego says to win his support, reforms would need to be made at the Department of Homeland Security, which operates ICE. Cameras on, stay away from sensitive sites, get out of these urban situations, send Border Patrol back to the border to do the good job they're doing at the border. Gallego says at this point, ICE is performing as a more secret police for President Trump and the law enforcement agency. We'll hear much more from the senator. He joins Outspoken with Bruce Gaydos at 5:30 this afternoon. You can watch the exclusive interview on the KTAR YouTube channel. We will be judged on what we did in this morning. An Arizona Democrat says Congress needs to take action against ICE in light of the second fatal Minneapolis shooting involving a federal agent. Let's go to the KTAR News Center and KTAR's Bill Everstone starts us now live with more. Today, Arizona U.S. Rep. Yasmin started calling on Republicans in Congress to support Democrat-backed bills to put restrictions on ICE, such as not allowing federal agents to hide their faces in most situations. She adds,
last year, $170 billion additional dollars were given to DHS and ICE through the big ugly bill that was passed. There's more funding on the table right now. We have the power of the purse. We can rein in the funding.
But White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt blaming Democrats for the situation in Minneapolis.
All the president is asking for is cooperation to arrest individuals like this and deport them from the United States of America.
Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
A pickup driver died after crashing head-on into a Valley Metro bus in Phoenix early today. Police say there were no passengers on the bus and the bus driver is uninjured. The road was closed between 49th and 51st Avenues for the investigation. So far, the pickup driver's name has not been made public. A home is often the largest financial and emotional investment that people make. And that can sometimes make homeowners vulnerable to scammers and shady sales tactics. Rosie Romero from Rosie on the House on KTAR says scammers rely on urgency. So before you say yes to any work on your home, request written estimates, take the time to get multiple bids, and check with the Registrar of Contractors. Time right now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's January 26th, and back on this day in 2020, pro basketball player Kobe Bryant and his 13-year-old daughter Gianna were killed in a helicopter crash.
Breaking news in this Sunday afternoon, five-time NBA champion, former league MVP Kobe Bryant died earlier this
Everyone on board was gone. Kobe played for the Los Angeles Lakers from '96 until 2016, winning 5 NBA championships and the 2008 Most Valuable Player Award while making the All-Star team in 18 of his 20 seasons. By mid-career, Kobe had established himself as one of the greatest players in NBA history. Kobe and his daughter were headed to Gianna's basketball game that day, and not long after takeoff, the helicopter crashed with friendly conditions. The Grammy Awards ceremony that night held at the Staples Center, his home arena, became one of the first of countless tributes. In the house that Kobe Bryant built. When it happened, the day Kobe Bryant died, on this day in 2020.
We've got a roller accident in Northwest Valley. It's along the 101 southbound hour free ramp from Beardsley. The on ramp right now has been shut down, so you'll need to use Union Hills to access the 101 southbound. Delays southbound at a creep and crawl pace back to about 67th Avenue and, of course, growing. Traffic brought to you by Sweet James. If you've been hurt in a car, motorcycle, or trucking accident, call the attorneys. Awarded best attorney of America. Call Sweet James, 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
Capital 44, southbound Tuesday Road, High 72, and 74 miles south of High. The 69 degrees currently in Florida. Weather brought to you by House 2X. Southbound stay away from the profiling guaranteed at House 2X.
Chris Merrill, Joe Heisinga. It's the Carson Joe Show. KTAR News.
KTAR News. You have the best sound effects, Chris. You make it sound like you're speaking with static. How do you do that?
Watching the time.
Oh, I thought you were going to say magic.
Boss hates when I do that, too. She hates it.
Well, we're just going to gaslight her and say it didn't happen.
Yeah. You're being blamed for it in the chat, by the way.
I am?
Yeah.
Because of my code?
Well, someone in the chat, Scuba J, KTAR News YouTube channel, says the static is probably all because of Joe's body piercings interfering. So.
Okay. For the record.
Nope.
I will say this one
I don't want
time.
this. No. I don't believe you.
I have no metal inside of me or on me.
You didn't have a tattoo when we started the show either.
Well,
but now you've got one. What does it say?
It's the last 3 lines from Robert Frost, The Road Not Taken.
And what are those last 3 lines?
Well, I'd have to look them up for you, Chris. It's a lot of,
You're the only person I know that doesn't know what their tattoo says.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
Well, a lot of people
Name one person that has a tattoo that says something and they don't know what it says, other than teenage girls that got a Chinese symbol.
Well,
when
there
they
you
were,
go.
Then they eventually learn.
Well, it's a lot of words, man.
I don't know how you come up with something that means so much that you want it on your body permanently.
Here you go. You ready?
But you never.
2 roads diverged in a yellow wood.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. 2 roads. I'm trying to see if I can do it off memory.
Oh.
I'm not good. I've told you before, I would be in theology class and we would be going around the room and we would have to recite some,
theology, Bible verse.
No, usually it was like a certain prayer or something. And I would have the whole thing memorized down. And all of a sudden, just the teacher would call on me and it would be like, Mr. Heisinger? And I'd be, be like, okay, yep, F for you, and like be on to the next one.
Okay, I want you to recite it in the style of Morgan Freeman.
2 roads diverged in a yellow wood, and I...
Andy Dufresne.
And I took the one less traveled, and it has made all the difference. I don't think that's quite right, but it's pretty close.
It's pretty close.
Yeah. Do you give me do I at least get
I will give you
partial
a B,
credit?
B+.
Okay, it's 2 roads diverge in a yellow wood, and
There's no yellow wood.
2 roads diverge in a wood.
Yeah.
And I took the road less taken, or
took the one less traveled by.
Okay, and that has made all the difference.
And that has made all the last time you said it has made all the difference.
Okay. Again, hey.
2 roads
hey, I'll
diverged in a wood.
You gave me a B?
And I
think you actually gave me a B+.
I took the one less traveled by.
Hey.
And that has made all the difference.
Can I get a hey, Joe? That was actually pretty good because
Hey, Joe, B+.
I did not look it up.
No, you didn't. I had to look it up.
I just need a minute
But
to
again,
think
I don't
about
have it on my
sometimes.
body for the rest of eternity until I
do
start
have
to
it on
rot
my
away in a grave.
body, so I don't have to have it memorized.
Yeah.
If I just want to get like a starfish on me, I can tell you. It's a starfish.
Starfish.
It's from SpongeBob. So that's a little easier than 3 lines of poetry.
We should do a bet where your next tattoo has to be a character from SpongeBob.
I never watched SpongeBob.
Even better.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, we put Patrick on you.
Patriots or Seahawks?
I'm not going to waste your time with content. Seahawks. It's not the world forward. The Spidey senses even tell me. Probably it's at 4.5, too. Yeah. If I was to guess, that's about on or about where the line is. So. For what I can hear is right now, I'll tell you this. We had actual content planned for this segment. We do. But we're struggling with the stomach, and it was like, well, we're going to save the content for later. And how the boss doesn't like it when you talk about it. But hey, so hold on. So if I lose, and if the Patriots somehow win, so you're saying I have to get ink, and you have to get a tattoo of a SpongeBob character. I have to pick the character. I'll let you pick the character. Can I maybe pick a quote from SpongeBob? No. It has to be a character on me. Yes, because then what will happen is I'll look up the character and then I will quiz you about that character every day. I never watched the show. That makes it even better. Oh, great. So you're going to have like, hey, Joe, why you got Squidward on your end? Exactly. And I go, hey, why is Squidward do this? And I go, ooh. Do I choose where I put it at least? Yeah, I'm going to let you choose where to put it. I'm going to let you choose how big it is. Yeah, nothing smaller than a postage stamp. Okay. But, yeah. I like where this is going. Wonderful. I have never wanted the Patriots to win a football game more. I did not agree to this. At this moment right now. I'm just hypothetically. This is going to be on the podcast forever. So if you try to deny it, it's going to come back as, I'm going to say, Joe, pull the tape, and you're going to pull the tape, and it's going to
Exactly. Uh-huh. That's right.
And we're back.
Back to our regularly scheduled programming. Chris, tell me all about those Arizona Democrats. What are those crazy cats up to?
Here's what I'd like to do. Can we just do a longer segment here in a minute?
Yeah.
Because I've got a bunch of stuff that should go together. For those of you that hung out through the stack, we appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
So
really
here's
when
what
we do our A+ stuff.
Democrats don't know if they should take money from billionaires. This is why they're all like, billionaires are the problem, unless they make a donation.
Are they going to give me some of that money?
And who might be benefiting the most from that, and then what the Democrats are doing with it when they do take the money from the billionaires. That is still to come on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. But first,
here's Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
3:12. I'm Becky Lynn. This is what you need to know right now. Republican criticism of Saturday's shooting of a VA nurse in Minneapolis by Border Patrol agents is ramping up.
More than 24 congressional Republicans have now called for investigations and/or hearings into the shooting. Texas Senator Ted Cruz said on his podcast, administration officials were too quick to label Alex Preddy a terrorist.
Escalating the rhetoric doesn't help, and it actually loses credibility.
The GOP chairman of the House and Senate Homeland Security Committees say they both now want the heads of ICE and Customs and Border Protection to appear before their panels in the next few weeks. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Meanwhile, the Trump administration has now ordered some Border Patrol agents and their commander out of Minneapolis. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at those roads with Commander Bill, who's live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Here's the scoop in the Northwest Valley. Rollover accident. 101 southbound, hour free a ramp from Beardsley. The on-ramp right now completely shut down. Use Union Hills to access the 101 southbound. Southbound delays very strong right now, taking you back to approaching 67th Avenue and growing. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
70 are high today, then tonight cloudy skies and 44 and climbing to 72 tomorrow. Right now in Queen Creek it's 67. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
The president spoke to the governor of Minnesota. Is this the beginning of peace in the area? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, and a shout out to Litchfield Park. Thank you for sticking with us in Litchfield Park. Appreciate you. Let me see.
Chris, did you know that you could score greenskeeper tickets?
Oh, did I?
To the WM Phoenix Open? All you have to do, listen throughout the day right here on KTAR. When you listen and you hear the special keyword during each show, text it to 620 620. You'll be entered to win tickets to the greatest show on grass.
And for those that missed it in the last segment, Joe agreed.
Whoa.
That if the Patriots win the Super Bowl, he would get a new tattoo of something he didn't understand. And in this case, any character of his choosing from SpongeBob SquarePants.
Jania, did you hear me agree to that?
Yeah, she did. See, she heard it. So there you go. So I've never wanted the Patriots to ever win, but now I do.
So if I win, what are you going to get tattooed on you?
Nothing. I don't do tats.
Oh.
Yeah. So nada.
Perhaps a body piercing then. and I get to pick where.
Wait a minute.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but I'm not taking the underdog here.
Oh, you are now.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
I'm not taking the
underdog. You're not going to like where you're taking that piercing either.
I'm not taking an underdog in the Super. I will quit before I do it. I'll tell you that right now.
Man.
It will be done.
Man, you make sure to keep your eyes on that KTAR News YouTube feed because that piercing Chris is going to have. Woo, baby.
Maybe I'll get a grill. What do you think?
Whoa. I get to pick where you get it.
I'll just get a grill. A grill is not a piercing. I'll just cover the gap with some bling.
Maybe I could, pierce your lips.
That's
pierce them together.
So the Arizona Democrats, I was fascinated by this story that the Cap Times had.
Tell me more.
So the Arizona Democrats, as you might imagine, Democrats typically don't like
billionaires.
Yeah, they're not big fans of the uber rich.
No.
Some Democrats are now proposing that we have a people's primary. They want to ban corporate and billionaire contributions in primary elections. And so you've got a bunch of Democrats that are saying, we're going to get the corporate money out of our elections so that the only Democrat that advances is the one that the people want, not the one that the big corporations are funding. Yeah. And doesn't that sound right up the alley of the progressive Democrats? Like, yeah, that's right. Yeah, real democracy at work. Yeah, get the corporate spending out of it. Yeah.
Sure.
And then you've got other Democrats that are like, whoa.
Slow down.
Who's going to pay for my campaign then?
Whoa. What?
So the proposal would impose stiff penalties for candidates who don't take the anti-big money pledge. In other words, you could still take money from the corporations or the billionaires, but then there would be penalties.
How big?
Key details still need to be worked out.
So basically, this is going to be, can we be honest about what's going to happen here? They're all going to take this pledge. The ones who win are still going to take the money, and then they're going to tell you, me, and you, well, I'm not in favor of the billionaires. I took this pledge. Yeah. And they're going to take their little wimpy penalty.
So the funny thing about the pledge, too, is that the pledge would put, again, from the Capital Times, the pledge would put the burden on candidates to rebuff any ads that rich individuals and corporations might run to favor or disparage them. So let's suppose, Joe, that you're running for office as a Democrat, and I know you're an independent guy. You wouldn't run under anybody's party label.
No.
But let's just suppose, hypothetically, you're in this scenario.
Sure.
And then someone comes to you, let's say, GoDaddy comes to you. I'm just trying to find somebody
and
local.
I'm hypothetically a Democrat. GoDaddy has come to me and said they're going to give me $1 million.
And you say, no, I can't really take that. And they go, it doesn't matter, we're donating it anyway. Well, then you're supposed to decrease your spending by however much they give you. And they go, okay, well, Joe, if you're not going to spend our money, then we'll run an ad anyway. We'll run an ad that is not endorsed by this candidate. And then it'll say, we love Joe Huizenga. He's a super dude. You should elect Joe Huizenga in the Democratic primary. And then you would have to come out and say, I've recently seen the ad that was run in my favor, and I have to say immediately that I do not agree with anything that was said about me in that ad.
Sure. Look, I honestly can see the weaselly Democrats here, if they agree to this, coming out and saying that. But they're not going to get any coverage of it. It's going to be like, well, hey, there's nothing to see here.
Nothing to see. I'm glad someone else is paying for it.
I don't know anything about that. That ad that says I took $1 million from GoDaddy. Nothing to see here. Let's focus on how evil the Republicans are. Yep, those Republicans. They sure are evil, aren't they?
Some Democrats are so bad. Some politicians in general, just so bad at raising money. I told you before, my brother ran for office. And he was running a state race in Utah. And he was so bad at raising money. At one point, he was...
I can't believe that. His YouTube ads look
so
incredible.
Bad. At one point, they were doing a live feed of him sitting next to a wall, and people were allowed to come make a donation to throw a pie at his face.
Oh.
And they had one person show up, and otherwise it was like his kids were throwing pie at his face. He ended up he raised a total, I want to say, of like $2,200.
Okay.
Or $22,000, excuse me, $22,000. Right.
That actually sounds quite a bit for one pie.
Well, except that it was $20,000 came from one individual who's just donated to Democrats all over the country.
Oh.
So basically they raised like $2,000, and a lot of that came out of his own pocket and from his kids throwing pies at his face.
So... he donated his own money to have people throw a pie at him.
To have his kids throw pies in his face.
So then one real person said, hey, I'm going to pledge like $10, throw a pie at this guy.
Yeah, and then that's it. Yeah. And otherwise, it was just some guy that was just making 20, some rich dude, like these guys are saying they don't want to take. Some rich dude just throwing 20 G at everybody with a D next to their names.
But we all know that these Arizona Democrats would be all too happy to take the billionaires' dollars as long as it went to them. They just have the problem if even $1 more goes to their opponent. That's the dirty secret with the politicians, they're all about the money as long as it's coming to them.
We have to get the cash out of politics. We can't let it influence it. But
give it to
unless
me.
It's me, because I'm principled and I stand up for what I believe in.
You can give me the money because I know what to do with it.
I guess Hobbs has got a ton of cash on hand, too.
Well,
fourth quarter filings show massive fundraising by the candidates. Hobbs and GOP challengers collectively sitting on tens of millions of dollars.
See, that makes sense, though, because she's running unopposed in the primary.
Yeah, so she doesn't have to spend it.
Well, no. But also, if you're a Democrat and you want to endorse or fund someone for governor.
Oh, yeah, you throw it all at one person.
It's all going to the current governor, Governor Hobbs.
It's true.
Whereas on the GOP side, you've got Biggs, you've got Schweikert, you've got Taylor Robeson, you've got 3 buckets to potentially throw it into.
Yeah, or people have to pick which bucket they're going to put it in, so it splits it all up. That's a really good point you make. In fact, if we were to take all of the money that was raised by the Republicans and compare that to the money raised in the last quarter by Hobbs, the Republicans come out ahead. But because you've split the donations.
Right.
That's a really good point, Joe. Hobbs raised $1.8 million last quarter. Robeson just over $700,000. Biggs just shy of $700,000. And Schweikert brought in $872,000. Wow.
You said the magic words, and you didn't appear to be in nearly enough
a bunch
pain.
of that came from Schweikert's congressional campaign. That's why he raised so much more. Okay.
And he can just roll it over.
That's what he did. Yep. That's a nice deal, isn't it?
That's pretty sweet.
That's a pretty nice deal that they come up with.
Biggs able to do any of that as well?
Yeah, Biggs had almost $700,000.
No, but was Biggs able to roll it over from congressional funding?
I don't see that in the reporting that I've got in front of me. Yeah.
Okay.
And maybe he did that in the previous cycle. I don't know for sure. He had $783,000 on hand.
Not bad.
On top of the $700,000 he just raised.
Big money running for office.
Some Biggs money. And the Democratic Party, too, is spending a bunch of money to try to get out the vote. That's their whole deal this year. Democratic National Committee going to spend millions of dollars to cement control of voter registration efforts that have, this is from 12 News and the AP, traditionally been entrusted to nonprofit advocacy groups and individual political campaigns. So now they're getting more directly involved. $2 million for training organizers, the first step of what could become the DNC's largest ever push to sign up new voters, with a particular focus on young people, voters of color, and people without college educations. Now, why this is important is every state has their own apparatus. And basically what the DNC is saying here, the national DNC, they're saying Arizona DNC, Nevada DNC, you guys aren't doing a good enough job. And so we're going to come in here and we're going to try to help out. It's a little bit like just analogous in some ways. Maybe this is the wrong one to make, but I'm going to. It's kind of like when you watch those crime shows and there's like a murder and you got the local cops there and they're like, okay, clear the scene. And we have to put out our little signs to take pictures of evidence.
Put up the tape.
Yeah, get the tape. And then all of a sudden the feds come in. The feds are like, we're here to take over. And like, this is my jurisdiction. And they're like, not anymore. That's kind of what's happening with the DNC. They're like, hey, we got this. This is our state. And they're like, yeah,
You're not doing good enough.
We got this. Or don't worry about us. We're just here to consult and step in if you need our help.
I'm always curious when it comes to trying to do the get out the vote, that kind of thing. You mentioned that they're going after some, traditionally democratically aligned individuals. You mentioned younger kids, minorities as well. But what happens if some 40-year-old white guy walks up? Are they just like, nope, don't register him to vote?
Oh, no, they'll register everyone. It's just that they're trying to get the vote out in places where they know they have a high concentration.
Of Democrats.
Of Democrats, right.
Oh, okay.
So they're going to be really working around campus, for instance.
But can they
Pima County.
Selectively target who they walk up to, or do they have to?
You can, but that'd be kind of dumb, wouldn't it?
I don't. If you're trying to get more Democrats, and you think, well, that guy, he's wearing a MAGA shirt.
Well, he's probably already registered.
He's wearing a red hat.
Well, it feels like a waste of time then. Yeah. And anybody that's driving a Subaru, you go, oh, they're already registered. We got their vote. So then you go find somebody that you think might be a swing vote. Yeah.
All right.
Tune in this afternoon, 4 o'clock. Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos, kicking off the show with a special edition of the Face Off. The panel will feature special guests to discuss the latest ICE actions. Watch the Face Off today at 4, KTAR News YouTube channel. One experience that we all unfortunately share is finding out that someone you knew or worked with, or maybe a childhood friend, has passed. Today, we'll put your coping skills to the test in our headline volley. It's next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Join KTAR in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. When you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos. It seems like the fancier a hotel you get in, you know what's missing in a lot of rooms? A door to the bathroom.
I don't get it. Why don't you just put the toilet in the middle of the room?
Well, I'm going to say, or it's like a glass door is maybe frosted a little bit.
No.
I don't care how long you've been married.
I need a buffer.
I think you need to have a little bit of privacy from time to time.
Listen, I've been married for a while now.
Okay, yeah.
All right. I still run the water.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News, Arizona's only all-news morning show.
Arizona Congresswoman Yasemin Ansari led a candlelight vigil outside the Capitol in honor of the thousands of Iranians killed during this and last month's protests against that government.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
It's Gaydos. Are you tired of not being able to smile at family gatherings or not being able to eat the foods you love? Or maybe you have loose-fitting dentures. I want to send you to Aurea Dental Implant Center. The all-on-4 dental implant treatment is for you. You can have a new set of brand new, beautiful teeth in 24 hours after surgery. The all-on-4 will give you the closest option to natural teeth. Dr. Joe, 20 years of dental implant experience and surgeries. 2,000 all-on-4 patients treated. He trains and lectures around the world, and it's all about dental implants. Aurea will save you thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers. Locally owned, and they pass their savings on to their patients. If you want a beautiful new set of teeth and overall improve the quality of your life, go to AureaDentalImplantCenter.com. Free consultation if you mention Gaydos. That's ARIA, AureaDentalImplantCenter.com. Governor Hobbs is joining us on KTAR.
The Pentagon has announced an investigation into Arizona's senior senator, Mark Kelly. Tell me where you come down on this, Governor, please.
His words to me were, and he said this publicly, I'm not backing down. They're trying to intimidate me, and I'm not going to back down. And I applaud him for that.
Outspoken talks to the governor every other week. If you missed the live conversation, get it on the KTAR News app, our YouTube channel, or KTAR.com. Subscribe to Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos wherever you get your podcasts.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Greg Bovino, Border Patrol's commander-at-large for Minneapolis, is expected to leave the city tomorrow, according to multiple sources, but plans could shift, also according to sources. The move follows the fatal shooting of 37-year-old Alex Preddy by Border Patrol officers on Saturday. Speaking to ABC News, former ICE Field Office Director for Baltimore, Darius Reeves, says he's confused by how DHS said it would handle the investigation into the shooting.
Customs and Border Protection has their own internal affairs that is separate from ICE's internal affairs.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is facing scrutiny for comments she made about ICE. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the news center with reaction from a Republican.
Clarifying her comments in a video statement over the weekend, the Democrat says she supports law enforcement but will not be deterred from speaking out against the Trump administration when Americans die at the hands of ICE.
Danger to law enforcement is the very thing I want to avoid in Arizona.
State Senator John Kavanaugh tells the Mike Broomhead Show the job of the Attorney General is to interpret the law for the public.
The statements Chris made about criminals being able to shoot ICE officers if they're being approached, they feel threatened.
The Republican has called on her to step down. Mays has said she worried about the safety of federal law enforcement if they try to enter someone's home due to Arizona's stand your ground laws. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Pinal County Attorney Brad Miller and the Pinal County Board of Supervisors still at odds over the legality of an agreement that allows local law enforcement to work with federal government in enforcing some immigration law. The board claims that the 287G agreement with ICE officials is void because they didn't approve the measure, but Miller disagrees.
We've been delegated that authority by the Senate and the House, of course, signed by the governor, and it's all through statute. And the Board of Supervisors has no purview over that particular arrangement.
Miller says 287G allows local law enforcement to share intelligence with U.S. immigration and ICE agents, thereby making communities safer. An attorney for the Board of Supervisors is calling on Miller to end the agreement by January 28th or face legal action. Let's check those roads with Commander Bill. He's live this afternoon in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
On your cameras watching this rollover crash along the 101 southbound Agua Fria ramp from Beardsley, the on-ramp right now remains completely shut down from the rollover. You can try to use Union Hills to access the 101 southbound, but be aware, traffic is extremely busy in those areas. Southbound delays right now at a creep and crawl pace back to about 35th Avenue on the 101 as you work your way in through the Northwest Valley. Silver Street collisions, Indian School west of 75th Avenue and Thomas just west of 59th Avenue involving a bicycle. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
Looking for an overnight low of 44 degrees with cloudy skies. Tomorrow, sunny and 72. It will be mostly cloudy again on Wednesday with a high of 74. It's 68 degrees right now in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
Still to come on today's program, the best advice you will ever get. You didn't think that was coming today, did you?
No.
Yeah.
No, I did not.
Yeah, that is still to come. Every day, right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 News and a check on traffic with Commander Bill, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley.
It's you today, sir.
It is, Chris. A personal one to kick us off this afternoon. A coworker alerted a number of us this morning that a former dear coworker of ours, who you knew from one stop along Media's Way, and I knew at another, recently passed away. We had a discussion in rehearsal how you handle those who've passed if they're contacts in your phone. I want to know from you, what's the best way to process and handle these tragic life events? Because you made a comment to me and you said, and you were not trying to be flippant or short, but you said like, hey, do I now remove them from my phone? And I said, no, I leave them there forever. Like because I don't want to forget.
Yeah.
And then our producer chimed in and she had an interesting suggestion.
I'm taking her suggestion. So first of all, thanks for answering the question you just asked me. That's wonderful.
I didn't answer it.
Unbelievable.
I just
this guy.
pontificated about it.
This guy. Just terrible.
Take it from here.
So I went through, and I've had this happen before, and I've removed contacts, and I've almost taken like a moment of silence as I like delete a contact from somebody who passed away, unfortunately, too soon.
Mm-hmm.
This one, first of all, I feel like when you're deleting them, it's sort of it's closure. It's sort of like
finality.
I'm accepting it.
Yeah.
Just finding out about this person who'd been fighting a very long battle with cancer. That one hit me a little harder than I thought it was going to. I was really upset by it.
Yeah.
I don't want to delete her from the phone. She was always a ray of sunshine. So Jania, who's in for Pablo today, she said I put a little tombstone next to their name in my contact list, little emoji.
Uh-huh.
And I said, I love that. Do you know that when you do that, your phone, I have an iPhone.
Mm-hmm.
So the iPhone puts their name at the bottom of the contact list. So it's not like they're in there with everyone else. Puts it at the bottom of the contact list, but the contact is still in your phone. And it gives you an opportunity to just periodically see that name and just remember that individual.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
So just the people with the emoji automatically move to the bottom.
Yep.
So you go
That's how the phone sorts
emoji, then their name.
Yep.
Okay.
I took their first name, and then right in front of the first letter, I put the tombstone emoji.
No, and to prove that we weren't making light of it, too, I asked Jania, I said, hey, what if this was someone who was really close to you? Like, what if it was, your significant other or mom
sibling.
or dad?
Yeah.
And she said, Jania, can you share what you said? Because I don't want to
same thing.
Sum up your words.
Tombstone, and then I text them, you're dead. Because I do dark humor, and
you text the individual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, tombstone. Everyone who's gone in my life, tombstone.
Wait a minute. Aren't you worried somebody else might grab their phone before, like if they just passed away? Ever concerned that?
If they do that,
what if you get a message back?
I would laugh because like my family's all jokesters, so like
They are.
that would be a good kicker.
I'm just imagining like Jania's uncle passes away, and she sends a message, which is her way of dealing with it. She uses dark humor to cope with tragedy, which
yeah.
I'm
I
totally
fully
okay with
endorse
it. Yeah,
that.
totally on board with that.
Yeah.
But I'm just imagining she texts that person and says, "You dead," and then her aunt is cleaning out her uncle's belongings. Like, what? What is this?
Well, like, for instance, my dad technically has a cell phone. My mom does not. But I know once in a while, my mom will
grab that
use
phone,
the code, and get into my dad's cell phone and either send a text to me or be looking at something through Safari.
Yeah.
It's like, that is the last thing I would want, is to, if one of my parents passed away, send them a "you dead" and have my mom be like, "Ha, not yet." like, whoa.
It's that you thought.
You thought. As far as the best way to handle tragic life events, it depends on how close you are, obviously. Acknowledge, discuss. I think getting it out is important. I like traditions and ceremonies, I think, are really good. I think if that gives you a way that you can say, if someone passes, for instance, let's say that you pass away tragically on the way home here.
Oh, there's going to be a celebration in the streets.
Jania, you and Pablo and a few others, I'll say, we're getting together and we're going to go to a bar and we're going to buy a drink and we're going to set it in an empty chair for Joe and we're going to remember Joe. What that does is it gives us a routine, right? It takes some of that chaos of the emotion that we're experiencing and it allows us to focus that emotion into, here's the process we have to do to move through the grieving the grief.
I assume you would just celebrate the fact that I would not be able to interrupt you at that event.
Or you'd at least give me some time. Unbelievable. Yeah. Can you imagine if he was at that event?
Jania would tombstone me, of course.
Yeah.
Like, haha, you're
Jania!
dead.
I should have a bigger emoji. Yeah.
I didn't want the tombstone.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
I would like a suit coat, Jania. Thank you.
I got you a bow tie.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. It's Joe's go-to whenever he thinks he's being funny. Yep. Mm-hmm.
No, just be.
X Games gold medalist Colby.
One word?
I don't know. Maybe I copied this wrong. Colby Raha.
Like Moby?
Colby Raha is attempting to break the world record for the highest motorbike quarter pipe on Saturday morning. He plans to land a 300-foot jump across Mesa's Revel Surf Pool, where people will be surfing, and immediately launch into the quarter pipe using a 28-foot ramp to hit 100 vertical feet. I don't know what any of that means, but it sounds like a lot of jumping.
Uh-huh.
What's the scariest thing you've ever done?
This show with you. Wow, the scariest
thing. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. See, this is when he thinks he's being funny.
The scariest thing. I mean, ran a marathon twice. I don't really do the death-defying.
That's not scary.
I don't do the death-defying stuff, man. Oh, really? It's not scary.
No, it's challenging.
Okay. Well, you could have a heart attack. That seems pretty scary to me.
I could have a heart attack doing the show with you.
I just said doing the show with you. I don't do roller coasters. I got green at Disneyland from riding those even. As a youth, I would try to climb a tree and chicken out. I mean, I
So is it safe to say that you're the kind of person who plays it safe?
I got one.
You take
No.
No?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
I got one. So there was this hill in my neighborhood growing up. And when it would snow, say we get 6 inches of snow on the ground, we would turn it into like the Olympics of sledding down the hill. And I remember we would put up like moguls and all sorts of things for us to sled down. And we would have these X Games style competitions of who could do the, you're looking at me like you don't believe me, who could do the most dangerous stunt. It is the one time in my life I believe I actually had a concussion, because I remember I slid off the sled and I just remember I was a little foggy for a little while. So it was sledding down the hill.
So safe to say the most dangerous thing you've ever done in your life was
sledding.
Go sledding as a child.
And set up bumps and slid off and hit my head.
Is it safe to say that you like to keep it between the lines, like to play things straight? You're not really a throw caution to the wind kind of guy.
I have another one that you're going to shake your head at.
Is it safe to say that if I were to take you to a place where two roads diverged in a wood, that you would not take the one less traveled?
No, that is not safe.
That sure feels like...
My parents have an acre backyard. So I would bounce this tennis ball.
You're going to tell me you mowed the lawn and that was terrifying? Or what?
I would smash the tennis ball into the backyard. Other than one day. So
far, I'm terrified.
Oh, wait. The metal basketball hoop was right there, and I had my metal baseball bat.
Yes.
And I swung the baseball bat.
Oh, my.
And I clocked the metal hoop.
Mm-hmm.
And it swung back and hit me right in the head.
So was that an accident, or were you trying to see what would happen if you hit the metal hoop?
That was an accident.
That doesn't count.
I also had a youth throw a big rock at my face one time.
That also does not count.
And chipped a tooth.
Okay.
That's the scariest stuff that's happened to me. And the scariest stuff that I've done.
Sometimes I write these questions and I think,
what's the scariest thing you've done, Mr. X Games over there?
I jump off railroad bridges into rivers below.
Well, that's just stupid.
Jumped off a lighthouse over a break wall.
Well, see, I'm way too smart for that.
Okay.
See, I'm not dumb.
You asked. You challenged me. What's the most dangerous
you
thing
didn't say what's the dumbest thing.
I said,
you
said the scariest thing.
I don't do dumb things. I do scary things.
Like hitting a tennis ball with a bat?
It's fierce when you hit that back. You hit
My
that
gosh.
metal pole.
I'm surprised we didn't have just a neighborhood full of kids marveling at you hitting a tennis ball with a bat. That's
swung back, clocked me in the head.
No.
No.
That would have been worth the price of admission.
It hurt.
Wild weekend of disturbing news and wild weather. Did you at any time take stock of what you have going for you or think about how to protect your future? The wisest advice you're ever going to hear is next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from KTAR News. This show's keyword is
swing. Swing.
Text the word
swing
to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology and our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead, and if you're like me, your vision matters. Now, I have to wear readers for everything on a page, anything within arm's length, and I hate it. I want to get rid of them. I went to K2 Vision RLE, and I'm going to be getting the procedure. No more readers for me, and I'll never have to worry about a cataract for the rest of my life. I was so impressed with my consultation. Make an appointment at K2VisionRLE.com. You can even do it over Zoom. Make an appointment, K2VisionRLE.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:47. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Republican criticism of Saturday's shooting of a VA nurse in Minneapolis by Border Patrol agents is ramping up.
More than 24 congressional Republicans have now called for investigations and/or hearings into the shooting.
Texas Senator Ted Cruz said on his podcast, administration officials were too quick to label Alex Preddy a terrorist.
Escalating the rhetoric doesn't help, and it actually loses credibility.
The GOP chairman of the House and Senate Homeland Security Committees say they both now want the heads of ICE and Customs and Border Protection to appear before their panels in the next few weeks. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's see how the roads look for you this afternoon now. Off we go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Commander Bill.
Not looking good in the Northwest Valley. That earlier rollover accident, 101 southbound, hour free a ramp from Beardsley. The ramp remains closed, so you'll need to use Union Hills to access the 101 southbound. Expect heavy delays in the area. In fact, the 101 is backed up now solid to about the North Stack. Here's your Service Street collision list. 51st Avenue at Southern, Thomas west of 59th Avenue involving a bicycle, 83rd Avenue north of Union Hills, and in Chandler at Gilbert and Riggs. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-666-9943 for a free in-home appointment. Or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
It's Gaydos. And guys, if you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. Start testosterone therapy at Red Mountain Weight Loss and get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free when you mention Gaydos. That's a $299 value. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone restores your get up and go, so you feel like you're 20 again. Gain more muscle with less effort at the gym. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. It's a game changer. And if you're looking to lose weight, there's nothing like the combo of testosterone and a GLP-1 medication. It'll burn that belly fat, get you solid and ripped. This month, get free GLP-1 medication, a $299 value, when you start testosterone therapy only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Book your video appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Time to get your edge back at Red Mountain Weight Loss.
LaDonna here, 1 year after she disappeared and was found murdered. What changes have we actually seen in the Department of Child Safety? Find out tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News.
You are going to want to be a KTAR News YouTube channel in about 10 minutes, because that's when it is all going down. Bruce St. James from Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos joining us in the studio right now, 4 o'clock.
I didn't know if that pause was for me or just for effect. I wasn't sure.
Totally effect.
Okay.
Yeah. I did get a message here on the chat from the YouTube channel.
Uh-oh.
I'm not religious, but thank God for Gaydos.
Okay.
Yeah. Just getting...
Gaydos is?
Was just curious about your take on that one. All right.
Is Gaydos going to be the voice of reason? Because I'm not reasonable. I
know
bones
you're
about
not.
it.
No.
I don't claim to be. I'm not a reasonable person in the slightest.
We do need to make mention that there's a new episode of the Amazing Arizona's podcast, Mike Broomhead. He's sitting down with Tarbell's restaurant owner and Iron Chef Mark Tarbell.
What a neat guy.
Okay.
And amazing person.
That's why he's in Amazing Arizona.
That's why it's worth watching.
He's probably reasonable.
You can watch the exclusive interview, KTAR News YouTube channel, or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Amazing Arizona's podcast brought to you by Resolution Copper. Speaking of reasonable.
Not speaking of me.
I saw who you got on your lineup here today.
Yeah.
It's looking pretty good. You got Barry Markson, KTAR legal analyst.
Yeah, we'll get the law in there somewhere. That's only because Rafi wasn't available. We tried.
One of my favorite people, Christine Jones, is coming in. Yep. She's fantastic. And then who was the other? You had the gang and extremist expert, too.
Yes. That's him sitting out there.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Former law enforcement, worked undercover, gangs, extremism.
He looks pretty reasonable, too.
He's a tough dude. Let me tell you that right now. Yeah.
He looks very unassuming, but
he's a real one, as they say.
I believe it based on his title.
He is a real one.
Yeah. He is a dude. So I'm looking forward to your show here at 4 o'clock. And obviously you're going to be discussing the winter storm, right?
Yeah,
That's
obviously.
the whole goal.
Now, Face Off kicks off the program right at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, we thought it was important to jump right into it. Yeah.
Matt Browning, by the way, is the
Matt Browning. Yes.
Yeah. So, you guys talk about ICE. What's going on in Minneapolis?
It's a situation that's pretty fluid. It's changing quickly.
It changed in the last hour. We were talking with an ABC correspondent about what the courts were going to say, and then all of a sudden, the next thing we hear is he's pulling troops out of there.
Yeah.
Some.
Not all.
Okay.
So it remains to be seen what that looks like. But yes, there is movement.
What's the political fallout going to be, too? Because
for who?
Everybody. But I think for Trump, it's like people are going to say, yay, we won. Like the protesters are going to be like, yeah, we won. Be curious to see how that goes. I did see gold surge to a record high, above $5,100.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Investors were piling into the safe haven asset amid rising geopolitical uncertainties. You're a half a prepper. Where is your safe haven for storing wealth?
God.
You don't have to tell me the location of your safe or anything.
Do you want to know the code to the safe?
Right. Are you under the mattress? Or,
I'm not that
stuff?
smart. I actually do have money, in what you would call traditional places, and who knows? It could all go to hell in a handbasket.
You mean like the market?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And the rest of my assets are tied up in race cars and
that's a sound investment
and vehicles. Yeah. Only depreciating assets is what I own.
I'm just
depreciating assets.
I'm imagining a dystopian future where we're all wandering the land.
Got it.
Right?
Yeah.
And then you're out, and there is no money. There's only barter.
Is this
right?
like Mad Max?
I saw, or I've been watching Fallout, too, which is pretty great, where they use bottle caps as currency. And I'm just imagining Bruce in a dusty street walking into a bar or a pharmacy. I don't know, whatever he needs. And he walks in and pulls this out of his bag and slaps it on the counter and says, how much for the crankshaft?
Yeah. I got me one of those.
That's right. And everybody else is like, we don't take crankshafts here.
What is a crankshaft?
Oh, God.
And on that disappointment. Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gaydos, and a very special face-off starts right up at 4 o'clock. Joe Huizenga, anything to add?
What is a crankshaft?
This is killing me.
Nope.
Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Joining us now in studio, Governor Katie Hobbs.
We see a lot of the videos with ICE all over the country. Some of it looks pretty bad. Why aren't we seeing that in Phoenix?
When President Trump won the election, I signaled my willingness to work with the federal government on border security, and we've done that.
Outspoken talks to the governor every other week. If you missed the live conversation, get it on the KTAR News app, our YouTube channel, or KTAR.com. Subscribe to Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos wherever you get your podcasts.
Governors and gubernatorial candidates, members of Congress from back when Congress worked together, and members of Congress from today when they can't. This is Jim Sharp. Join me as I bring you political analysis and insight from the state's top names and those serving in our state's top offices on the AZ Political Podcast. Catch it on the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation. That's why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. When one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from an insurance company. He called Sweet James. The attorneys at Sweet James helped him get the medical care he needed so he can recover as quickly as possible and get on that bike again. They then fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. If you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, skill, and resources to win the most for you. The compensation is a huge part of that, but it's also about compassion, care, and justice. Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small. That's why they win 98% of the time. They can win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. They can't guarantee the outcome, but make sure to have them on your side. 800-9-million, 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News on 92.3 FM.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk about required minimum distributions. This is kind of a scary thing for a lot of people.
Absolutely. Listen, we all know that you're forced to take income eventually, but people never plan it out and cash flow it out into their retirement. It can have implications that a lot of people don't understand. So you have to take the money, even if you don't want to.
And it's more than just about taxes, too, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's about Social Security penalties and Medicare penalties, taxation on Social Security. It has a dramatic downline effect if you don't plan for it.
So what do you do about required minimum distributions?
It's about having an income plan in retirement. If you don't have an income plan that accounts for your taxable earnings that you weren't expecting, you can get really hurt.
All right, get your free portfolio review. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com. Assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
KTAR News now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. ICE is acting less like a law enforcement agency and more like a secret police for President Trump. That from Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego today as he spoke out against ICE's aggressive tactics in Minneapolis.
Professional enforcement would not be doing things of this nature. Professional enforcement that, does investigations, arrests people, goes through the process, it would not cause this type of chaos and pushback that's happening here.
Gallego says right now ICE agents are more concerned with filling detainment quotas than actually deporting people. We're going to hear much more from the senator when he joins Outspoken with Bruce Gaydos at 5:30 this afternoon. You can watch the exclusive interview on the KTAR YouTube channel.
If there was ever a moment for bipartisanship, it's now.
After the second fatal shooting involving an ICE agent in Minneapolis, we hear differing perspectives from an Arizona U.S. rep and the federal government. KTAR's Ballon Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, today Arizona Democrat U.S. Rep Yasemin Ansari calling on congressional Republicans to consider bills that would create guardrails around ICE enforcement and not support a major funding package for DHS this week. She says ICE needs to leave the state of Minnesota.
This is the Republicans' problem. They control three branches of government: the White House, the Senate, and Congress.
But White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying today it's Democrats urging people to push back on ICE's operations that's causing current escalating tensions.
Leading to these dangerous circumstances that these federal law enforcement officers have been forced to work within.
Live in the news center, Ballon Overstoles, KTAR News.
Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays says she stands with local law enforcement. The Democrat clarified her comments in a video statement after previously stating ICE agents could be shot in Arizona for entering someone's home without a warrant due to the Stand Your Ground law. State Senator John Kavanaugh called for her to step down, deeming her rhetoric dangerous. A campaign has officially begun to bring a national women's soccer team to Arizona.
The effort is being spearheaded by Sunny Sports chairwoman and co-founder Vicky Mayo. She tells KTAR News that, as part of the effort, her company is helping to develop a closed-door soccer stadium where Fiesta Mall used to be, now called the Palo District.
The stadium was developed to be able to support the highest levels of professional soccer, but this is it's really going beyond just sports at the Palo District.
Mayo says the stadium is part of a larger effort to transform the property into a combined sports, business, and wellness hub. The stadium will share the 80-acre property with a state-of-the-art women's health facility also under construction. To learn more, go to sunnysports.com. William Padmore, KTAR News.
Super Bowl 60 set. It's a matchup from two teams who last faced off a decade ago. The Seattle Seahawks are going to go up against the New England Patriots for the February 8th game. Here's more from ABC's Will Reeve on the Seahawks' victory over the LA Rams over the weekend.
The Seahawks hanging on to win 31-27, led by a masterful performance by quarterback Sam Darnold.
Darnold to throw.
Throwing for 346 yards and 3 touchdowns. The former third overall draft pick making it to the first Super Bowl of his career in his first season with Seattle.
And the Patriots beat the Denver Broncos 7-10 in the 7-10 in the AFC Championship. Valley Power Provider APS is seeking a 14% rate increase this year. Reacting to this proposed increase was Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays calling the proposal outrageous. Ann Carlton, APS Manager of Regulatory Compliance, tells Arizona's Morning News why the rate hike's necessary.
We've seen our equipment increases from 60 to 90% for things like transformers, which we have hundreds of thousands of. It's really important that we're able to manage this rate case and so that we can maintain a safe and reliable grid for people and keep the lights on during the summertime and through the winter.
If this proposed increase goes through, it would be the fourth rate hike from APS since 2017. Now, tonight from 6 to 8, a Corporation Commission hearing will be held via telephone looking for your input on this proposed 14% increase in electricity rates. Let's head to those highways now. In the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, here's Commander Bill.
Once again, the rush hour hitting your freeways very heavy. I-10, your inner loop freeway downtown, extremely tight from the tunnel all the way in through the mini stack. Current accident list looking like this: 51st Avenue at Southern, 12th Street at Washington, and in Chandler along Queen Creek east of Dobson. Traffic brought to you by Rhino Shield. Rhino Shield's unique ceramic technology reflects UV rays away from your home's exterior and is backed by a 25-year warranty. For a free estimate, visit rhinoshieldaz.com. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
You're going to see cloudy skies tonight with a low of 44, but sunshine on Tuesday and a high of 72. Right now it's 67 in Tempe. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive, live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Turning down the noise and turning up the conversation. This is the 5 o'clock face-off.
All right, a special Monday at 4 edition of the 5 o'clock face-off. Thank you for joining us. Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos. ICE kills another U.S. citizen. We are here for the next 60 minutes to break it down, to talk about all sides of this horrific story. The news is just crippling. Bruce, let's meet the panel.
There we go. Especially if you're watching online, and thank you if you're currently watching on the KTAR YouTube app. We'll start left to right. On our left, that's Christine Jones, former GoDaddy chief counsel and attorney, and ran for governor as a Republican here in the state of Arizona. Right there in the middle, that's Matt Browning, retired Mesa police detective and extremist expert and accomplished author. And on your far right, that's Barry Markson, KTAR legal analyst. Thank you all three for being in here on such short notice for a special version of the 5 o'clock face-off.
There's a lot of lawyers happening
There's
tonight,
a lot of there. We have a lot of legal.
Lawyering.
Yeah.
All right. So Alex Preddy, murdered by ICE, worked as an ICU nurse caring for veterans. I think the first point that we need to make here, for the record, he was not a protester. I think that is something that a lot of people aren't looking at. He wasn't there for a protest. There wasn't a protest happening at all at the time. He was there to observe and film.
And I think that what also should be pointed out is that his last act on earth was defending a woman who ICE violently shoved, and they love to do that. Keep looking at the videos. Violently shoved to the ground for no reason. I said it before. I think this is another cold-blooded assassination of an American citizen by our government. They subdued the guy, and then they shot him 10 times. So why don't we start with Matt Browning? You know, your detective and gang work, and when you saw the video, what did you think?
Oh, wow. What a completely 100% unjustified.
Unjustified.
Unjustified. Again. Unjustified to where the first shooting, you could see the vehicle being used as a threat. I get that. The second shooting, when you have 5 guys on top of you and then an officer shoots a person 10 times, that's kind of ridiculous, in my opinion. Now, again, I'm not investigating it. I've only seen the same video as you've seen. I have my own personal opinion on tactics and training that Border Patrol or ICE is being put through. And just the different stories I have heard coming out are, in my opinion, by high-level authorities, are ridiculous.
Barry?
Well, I mean, I think what happened is a tragedy. I don't think there's any question about that. And we can have a discussion about whether somebody should bring a gun to a protest, even if it's legal, which it is, and I know we're going to talk about that later. There's certainly some questions we can ask about that. What really bothered me more than anything, and which has been bothering me all along, setting the violence aside for a moment, is the unconstitutional acts of the federal government and how, especially on the Republican side, but how many people are just letting that go. And for me, that's a big thing. That's what this country is we are a constitutional republic. We have rules, we have laws, and we're supposed to be a society of rules, of following those laws. And when we don't do that, when the government doesn't do that, just letting that happen is what's offensive to me. And I'm glad to see now we're seeing some congressmen and senators coming out against this. But the lies that were told by the government right afterwards, it's really like 1984. It's amazing. Like, they're saying things, and we're looking at the video, and it's like, are you out of your mind? To call this guy an assassin and to say
he was there to do maximum damage.
Yeah, that he was going to massacre federal agents. Yeah. I mean, it's such a blatant lie, and it was multiple people saying it. And I guess the question is, when did we allow this to be okay? Why isn't, if in any normal time, Congress would have ordered hearings, like within 15 minutes, we would have had congressmen and senators setting up, we have a hearing on Monday, and we want the DHS secretary and ICE.
Subpoena them,
in front of us on 9 What happened to that? Where did Congress go?
I think we have a country living in fear, because you got to look at, it's like what my wife has said, can we get the adults back in the room?
Yeah.
We have no adults running the show anymore.
But they weren't adults when Biden was in the room. So it's been a while.
Yeah.
They weren't executing Americans in the street. But they weren't adults. I'll give them that. They weren't adults either. I'll give them that. I'll take whatever Biden did over executing Americans in the street.
I will say this. The extreme people in the Biden administration left the border open. And right. I sat there for 4 years saying, I don't understand what's happening right now.
Didn't make any sense.
Even just politically, why aren't you doing something? And we know now. And the extreme people in the Trump administration, the Stephen Millers and others who are letting this happen and pushing this agenda, and I'm hoping Trump is now saying, let's take a step back, which seemed to be what's happening today. It's the extremes in both administrations, and the presidents need to take charge.
Christine Jones, I mean, was this a red line for Americans? The first one was horrific. This one, horrific. And you're seeing... Possibly worse. It's 2 deaths. I know we're trying. It's hard to, Fair enough. But I see what you're saying. I mean, I just think that you have Americans who maybe don't pay attention to the news all the time, and now they're looking at this, and they are freaking furious. They are freaking furious.
And as well they should be. I mean, look, if you saw the recognition of this gentleman by his colleagues at the VA hospital today,
it was
lining the walls, it was gut-wrenching, right?
As they wheeled his body.
Loved him. Like, he was serving our veterans. How could you have a more upstanding citizen? He was there to do the First Amendment. He was filming. He was observing something that is constitutionally protected, carrying a weapon, something that's
legally
also constitutionally protected. Yeah. And yet, here we are, right? Now, we all have to take a beat. Right?
Okay.
We've talked many times. We got to take a step back from the brink, right? We're all crazy mad. Everybody's hating each other. We have to take a step back.
Why? Because
we can't have a decent conversation, and the people are still going to start shooting each other.
I guess my point is, it's like there are people on the street. I don't want them to take a step back. I think they need to be there. I think we've got a tyrannical government that is trying to take over.
Imagine if somebody wasn't filming this from across the street.
What would
We'd
they
be
have
Oh,
with the
told us?
government's version that a guy attacked one guy violently attacked ICE agents, and they valiantly defended themselves.
They may have said that. And by the way, speaking of people that need to take a step back, it's
Yeah.
not just us. It's
Yeah.
Christy Nome, and it's the people who made this stuff up
They're not
about what
going
was
to,
going
though.
on, okay? But I will say the same thing we said last time. The gentleman who was here who trains protesters tells them, here's how you film, here's how you stand, here's how you do the things that are peaceful. Even, I think he would say, we gotta take the temperature down, right? And if law enforcement or anybody with a gun, I don't care if the guy is there to steal your wallet. If a guy's pointing a gun at you and he tells you to turn off the car and get out of the car, please, for the love of God, turn off the car and get out. Save your life. Please let us defend you tomorrow by staying alive. And I know you're going to push back on this, but you have to stay alive.
I get it. But what did this guy do to deserve to lose his life?
Nothing, and that's why
nothing.
you got to
I
stay back.
understand that. But if there's somebody that is it's not even a protest. If somebody is out on the street and they want to carry a gun, you can do that. Second Amendment, First Amendment. I can film you. I keep watching this video, and he is not right up on these guys. They
approached him.
I had some people on the right, several people over the last 48 hours say he got in a fight with ICE. No. Oh, give me a break.
Well, and in fact,
Give
in
me a
this one,
break.
to my point about complying, right, which we've talked about before, that may not have helped him, right? The guy's on the ground, face down. He still gets shot in the back. It probably wouldn't have helped him. It would have helped Renee Good. But honestly, we cannot keep shooting each other.
But we are going to keep shooting each other because we have a president who doesn't care.
I'm going to take what Christine said, and I think maybe this is what you meant, or maybe I'm wrong, but I said this over the weekend. Trump needs to take the temperature down.
He won't do it.
He is the president of the United States. He should have come out yesterday and said, we're going to pause. We're going to pause ICE activities in Minnesota. Well, I'm telling you, that's what an adult, mature person would do.
Which is exactly why he would.
And the leader of the country. That's what you do.
Talk about what you said when we were driving over here. Didn't you say?
But aren't we past that? We are past wondering if he's going to do the right thing. We're past that. Yeah. Oh, someone would have said this, or someone, would have said
anyone else.
Anyone else would have said this. We're past that.
Well, the problem is with what you're saying, we are past that.
Yeah, we're past that.
But we're also past the point to thinking that the reasonable people in the room need to say, hey, we need to take a step back.
There's no more reasonable people in the room.
The people who are training individuals to protest right or left, they don't care. Their reason for being there
doesn't care?
Is to the people training. The reason to be there is to an agitator, to promote violence, to promote the things that are going to draw attention to the specific group, specific organization, specific protest. And to say that people do not bring guns to protest, have you been at a rally for Trump lately?
Come on, of course.
Everybody's got a gun.
Yeah.
But in order,
and by the way, no, none of us have been at a Trump rally. Just for the record,
in an undercover capacity. But, they have,
and you're allowed to bring a gun.
You're allowed to bring a gun anywhere you want.
Not inside the rally.
Not to a Trump rally. You're
right.
Right.
That's a gun-free zone. Gun-free zone.
Right.
So you have to take a step back, but at the same time, taking a step back is understanding who you're dealing with. If you're dealing with the left, you understand their way of bringing out the protests. If you're dealing with the right protests different from the left. And then once these two clash, the cops in the middle, they're screwed.
Tell you what, we've got an amazing panel. We appreciate you being here with us today. A special Monday edition of the 5 o'clock face-off. We'll call it the 4 o'clock face-off for today. Barry Marks and Matt Browning, Christine Jones. Up next, is Arizona's Attorney General Chris Mays the new defender of the Second Amendment? We'll talk about it. It's inside the 5 o'clock face-off. Next up, right here on KTAR.
All right, we'll take a minute. We'll talk about Aquazona Kinetico, the world's most efficient softener. Okay, so I've had the K5 for so many years, and it is still January, and I want you to get the K5. The K5 drinking water station is top of the line, and that's the one that I have. You can own it for $26 a month. All you have to do is call Kinetico and tell them Gaydos sent you, 602-910-6570. Their deal is good for the next few days because we're still in January, but you got to call in January. The year is 2026, and Kinetico says $26 a month, and you own the system that I've got, the Kinetico K5. Convenient drinking water right from the tap, perfect purified water. 602-910-6570, aquazona.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. After calls between the president and Governor Tim Walz and Mayor Jacob Fry, there's word a number of Border Patrol agents and their commander will be leaving Minneapolis.
President Trump and Governor Tim Walz both framing their phone call Monday as positive. The president posting that he and Walz seem to be on, quote, a similar wavelength. A spokesperson for Walz said the president agreed to look into reducing the number of federal agents in Minnesota, but the White House indicated that would be conditional on cooperation from Walz and other Democratic state leaders. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt still pointing the finger at Democratic officials for the unrest and violence in Minnesota, including Alex Preddy's death.
This tragedy occurred as a result of a deliberate and hostile resistance by Democrat leaders in Minnesota.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And with a check on the road home this afternoon, let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Commander Bill.
Your problem child remains in the Northwest Valley. The 101 southbound Ottawa Freeway ramp at Beardsley remains closed from that earlier rollover, and the 101 frontage road southbound as you work your way toward Union Hills is not a good option. It's overloaded. An accident, I-17 northbound near Greenway. Expect heavy delays on both sides of the freeway for about a mile or so approaching. I'm Commander Bill. Now let's get you back to Outspoken with Bruce Gaydos.
All right, thanks, Commander Bill. Hey,
Outspoken presents the 5 o'clock face-off live on the KTAR YouTube channel.
That was me. Quick shout out to Levine, everybody listening in Levine, all the Levinians. Thank you guys so much.
Is that a thing?
No. What would you call people from Levine?
People from Levine?
If it's not Levinians, what is
Arizonans?
it? Right? Yeah. We are the special edition today, a 4 o'clock version of the 5 o'clock face-off. KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson, Matt Browning, retired Mesa PD detective, plus a gang and extremist expert, and Christine Jones, former GoDaddy chief counsel, an attorney in her own right, and ran for governor as a Republican here in the state of Arizona. Appreciate all of you being with us now. We had Attorney General Mays on last week. She also was on Channel 12 with our friend Bram Resnick. And she made some statements that have apparently got her into hot water with some people. Not everyone, with some people, as she stated the law and reinforced the Constitution. And it seems that, well, first off, she was right, maybe unknowingly. And has she become the defender of the Second Amendment in the state of Arizona? Barry?
Yeah, look, this is I think a lot to do about nothing. She made a statement saying that she has a concern that if ICE comes here and they do the things that we've seen in the past where they're going up to people in the street or in cars or at their house without proper identification that they're law enforcement officers.
Or without warrants, entering houses without warrants.
Right. That in Arizona there are, and I've had this conversation with friends of mine, by the way, on both sides of the aisle, there are a lot of gun owners here in Arizona, and we have rights here to use those weapons, and it's going to be messier than it even might be in Minnesota. And I think that's what she was trying to get across.
I would agree.
It was taken in a completely different way, and I think a lot of people are using it as in essence propaganda. People are running for office.
People are running against her, surprisingly.
And I will say it may not have been said in the most artful way, but it was. She's taking a lot of heat from the right now.
Let me add one thing to that. The right is having a very tough time talking about this weekend shooting.
Yeah.
I mean, they're grasping. Not everybody. I mean, I was watching Fox News. I don't like Fox News. I don't like CNN. I don't like that other channel. I don't even know what they call it anymore because it's all propaganda. But I was watching Fox News because I wanted to see what they were saying. And many of the anchors, they couldn't. You can't explain what happened. You can't just say, oh well, it was this person deserved to be shot. They had to push back, and so I think what the right is doing is, some of them on the right here in Arizona, they're having a tough time saying that ICE really they're the domestic terrorists.
Can I put something to that?
So let me go to Mays and let me argue that because maybe there's a win in it for me there.
Well, but I
they're
think,
arguing the wrong things.
I think that they were perfectly okay violating the First Amendment. They didn't give a hoot about the Fourth Amendment.
Yeah.
But dear God, we got to the Second Amendment, and all of a sudden now we're concerned.
Yeah. There are literally Trump officials coming out and lawyers for the Department of Justice coming out and saying that if you carry a gun to a protest and there's law enforcement there, you in essence could be expected to be shot. And even the NRA came out and said, this is not, and what happened? This is the part that kills me. All these people who say they're constitutionalists, they want to follow the Constitution, they want the courts to do that. It doesn't work only on your side or it's on issues. That's not how this works. The fear that you should be having right now is that when the next president's a Democrat and he comes in and gives an executive order that you're no longer allowed to own an AK-15,
They're going to go door to door and confiscate guns.
Yeah, and they're going to come and they're going to send their new ICE out to do it masked. And I mean, God forbid that happens. But what are you going to do? You can't say that's unconstitutional and this is. And that's my concern.
Can we bring this back to Chris Mays real quick?
Sure.
Because I think this is an uncharacteristic mistake on her part. She was inartful, as Barry said, in the way that she delivered this, but also in such a fraught environment where people are pissed off at each other. Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah, you just did.
I'm so sorry.
No.
Bleep if you want.
No.
You can't encourage people to shoot cops.
But where did she encourage that?
It doesn't matter if you heard that because you talk about this for a living. But let me tell you, some of those people that carry those weapons that Barry just mentioned, that's exactly what they heard. And it's on both sides of the aisle.
But if I read them this full text of the Second Amendment, they are going to say, I can shoot cops? I mean, you can read into it anything you want, I suppose.
This is not a Second Amendment issue per se. This is an issue about stand your ground law that exists in Arizona.
Castle doctrine?
What she was saying is, if somebody comes in your house, you can shoot them, basically,
Well,
right?
Which I knew before she told me.
But she gave it no nuance, and that's why I say I think this is uncharacteristic, and it would do her well to come back out and fix it.
Just so we're clear, she did go back and say, obviously you can't shoot law enforcement. She did say that, but at the very beginning part, she did not.
No, Barry, if they break into your house without a warrant, you can shoot anybody. That's the law.
Well, no.
No?
Yes. I mean,
yes,
yes,
that is the law.
But if it's law enforcement on an official activity and they're
and they identify themselves and they have a warrant signed by a judge.
Let's
Not necessarily, because they might be hot pursuits. We can talk about all the exceptions here.
Exigent circumstances.
Exigent circumstances are different.
They are.
From a legal, lawful warrant to enter a premises.
And that, give me an example of that.
All right. So say you
hear a child screaming.
You hear a child screaming inside. You hear a gunshot. Exit circumstance.
You go through the door.
You're going in.
100%. Right.
Hot pursuit. You're running after somebody. They go in the house. You can go in.
Follow them.
Information that there might be a gun or a criminal inside, you can't just go in. If you see the person inside, you're still getting a warrant because everything that you see after you enter is the fruits of the poisonous tree. If you don't have a warrant, they're all thrown out of court.
Inadmissible in court.
They're all thrown out. But here's the thing everybody needs to understand. Before any officer does a search warrant, now granted, there's a no-knock warrant that you can have, and that's because of violence potentials.
Sure.
And if you know they're gangsters or whatever in the house, they're going to shoot back.
That's when you see cops with like the battering ram and stuff.
A no-knock is when you just hit the door and you go.
Yeah.
Right. All right. But all law enforcement agencies, you have to knock at least 3 times.
Oh.
You knock hard, Mesa Police, Phoenix Police, whoever, open the door. Search warrant, open the door. You give them 3 times. And then you hear the toilet flush and you hear everything else. And after the third time, you kick the door in.
Got it.
Yeah. So there is no question about, oh, that's not a police. And then when you go in, like on my vest, big, bold, yellow police on the front and the back, police on the helmet, police everywhere I could put police because I don't want to get shot. I know plenty of people who've been shot on search warrants, and it's not a good thing.
Right. When you look at Minneapolis, you see ICE agents without a warrant bashing people's doors in and taking people. You can't do that.
That's wrong.
Yeah, and I think that she was pointing that out, and we all knew that. And she's, well, what is the law here in Arizona? And we should all know that. I don't have a problem with what she said.
Well, one thing too, federal law is different from state law.
Okay.
Federal law to enter a house, the FBI has a different rule than a local police department. So those things are conflicting. So the problem is that everybody needs to get on board. And when you have the federal government or the federal law enforcement in one city doing all this crazy stuff, And then you have local cops not even being allowed into a crime scene to investigate something that happened in their jurisdiction.
Or being involved in general, right?
That's a problem.
Remember the first thing she said was call the police. That's the first thing she
said. If there's people at your door and you don't know who they are,
call the police.
Call 911.
Wise.
But people didn't want to say that because they're trying to win political points.
That's really all it was.
Matt Browning, Barry Markson, Christine Jones. This is a special Monday edition of the 5 o'clock Face-Off at 4 o'clock. Coming up next, videos of the latest ICE shooting appear to contradict federal accounts of what happened. Have you lost trust in the government to tell you the truth? Our panel discusses next. This is Outspoken on KTAR.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Hey, the Arizona Painting Company has the best deal they've ever had in the 2 decades that I've talked about them to you here at KTAR. All right, here's the deal in January. Call them, get a free estimate. You get 20% off, but that's not the entire deal. I mean, that's awesome. That's a huge percentage off. You're getting the best painting company, and they're giving you 20% off. But they're also putting you in the hopper for a chance to win free groceries for a year. $100 a week in grocery gift cards to the store if you choose. All you have to do is text the word paint to 620-620. Here's what you get back. A bounce back text from me. It's got the 20% on it. It's got Arizona Painting Company phone number. And then, here's the possibility. $100 a week in grocery gift cards. We all know groceries are up, and they continue to go up. So why not get your house painted? Why not save a ton of money, 20% off? And you feed your family with free groceries, a chance for free groceries for a year. Text the word paint. Text the word paint to 620-620 for the Arizona Painting Company.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
For 35 years, Mountainside Fitness has been part of the Valley, helping families and communities live healthier lives. With 25 convenient locations, now is the perfect time to join with $0 enrollment and your first 30 days free. Your membership includes full-service locker rooms, free towel service, 70-plus weekly fitness classes, wellness amenities, interactive childcare, and state-of-the-art equipment. MountainsideFitness.com. Mountainside Fitness. Lift local.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey guys, it's Mike Broomhead. If you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. With testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss, start this month, get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, you'll sleep better, you'll lose that belly fat. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like real testosterone. Start TRT today, get a free month of GLP-1 medication. That's a $299 value, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Republican criticism of Saturday's shooting of a VA nurse in Minneapolis by Border Patrol agents is ramping up. Amid word, a number of Border Patrol agents and their commander will be leaving that city.
More than 24 congressional Republicans have now called for investigations and/or hearings into the shooting. Texas Senator Ted Cruz said on his podcast, administration officials were too quick to label Alex Preddy a terrorist.
Escalating the rhetoric doesn't help, and it actually loses credibility.
The GOP chairman of the House and Senate Homeland Security Committees say they both now want the heads of ICE and Customs and Border Protection to appear before their panels in the next few weeks. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego is standing by his threat to not fund the government over aggressive immigration tactics. In a roundtable with media today, Gallego says to win his support, reforms would need to be made at the Department of Homeland Security, which operates ICE.
No racial profiling. We need to bring warrants back, body cameras on, stay away from sensitive sites, get out of these urban situations, send Border Patrol back to the border to do the good job they're doing at the border.
Gallego says at this point, ICE is performing as more of a secret police for President Trump than a law enforcement agency. We're going to hear more from the senator when he joins Outspoken with Bruce Gaydos at 5:30 this afternoon. You can watch the exclusive interview on the KTAR YouTube channel. Meanwhile, the majority leader in the Arizona legislature is calling for the state attorney general to resign due to her comments about ICE. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with the details.
State Senator John Kavanaugh tells the Mike Broomhead Show AG Chris Mays has endangered law enforcement for saying they could be shot under stand your ground laws.
And she's also endangered local police. SWAT teams wear face coverings and the military type fatigues.
Mays clarified her comments in a video over the weekend, saying she stands with law enforcement and wants to keep them safe, but won't be deterred from speaking out about the Trump administration.
But we have all witnessed the increasingly chaotic and dangerous activity of ICE agents in cities across the country.
Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Let's check on the traffic now with Commander Bill. We go live to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
With your freeways busy, valley-wide, we've got an accident I-10 eastbound the Papago Freeway at 27th Avenue. It's off to the right-hand side. Service Street collisions, 40th Street just south of Broadway. We've got one downtown along Thomas Road near 5th Avenue. In Scottsdale on Scottsdale Road just south of Pinnacle Peak. And watch out for a crash in Chandler along Queen Creek just a little bit east of Dobson. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
We're looking for cloudy skies tonight with a low temp around 44, but tomorrow sunny and 72, partly cloudy on Wednesday, and a high of 74. Right now in Tolleson it's 68 degrees. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive, live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Turning down the noise and turning up the conversation. This is the 5 o'clock face-off.
All right, a special edition of the 5 o'clock face-off. Yes, we understand it is 4:35 in the afternoon. Usually the 5 o'clock face-off Wednesdays at 5. Obviously, with the murder of another U.S. citizen by ICE, second now, and I've lost track.
Yeah.
Let's introduce our panel. This is the second half of the face-off. Got Barry Markson, KTAR legal analyst, Matt Browning, a retired Mesa PD detective, and Christine Jones, a former GoDaddy chief counsel and attorney, ran for governor on the Republican side. So the videos of the latest shooting appear certainly to contradict federal accounts on what happened. Stephen Miller, he's a domestic terrorist. Greg,
I agree Stephen Miller's a domestic terrorist.
That's what I thought he was saying
That's what he said.
You're saying that Stephen Miller said that.
Okay. Stephen Miller called the victim.
I don't agree with that part.
I should be more. I know Bruce is sitting next to me. I should be more specific. Stephen Miller called the victim a domestic terrorist who tried to assassinate federal law enforcement. No one's buying that. Greg Bovino said,
Oberfuhrer
quote, wanted to massacre law enforcement. No one's believing that. J.D. Vance retweeted a post that said Alex Preddy, who was killed, was, quote, an assassin who tried to murder federal agents.
Is that the guy that called Trump Hitler?
This is insane. And so it goes to this question. I mean, I've completely lost trust in the government to tell me anything that's happening with ICE. Now, I've never trusted government no matter what.
Welcome to the party.
I'll go back to the Biden administration. They lied and said that his brain was fine, and it wasn't. Big lie. Now we go to the Trump administration.
Reagan lied.
Everything that is coming out of Washington is a lie. And so you've got Kristi Noem up there, who is Baghdad Bob at best.
Good
Honestly.
call. Yeah, that's a good call right there.
Nice. Look at that.
God, I miss Baghdad Bob.
But the things that are coming out of just the people, they're running the show.
No, it's a disinformation campaign.
It's complete BS.
Well,
start with Barry Marks.
Yeah, I mean, it's lies. Let's call it what it is. We can say it's crazy. We can say all these things.
It's lies.
They are lying to the American public.
Right. And even people who are on certainly the right, but even MAGA, they're looking at this and they're saying, yeah, I don't think that's
so
a domestic
obviously
terrorist.
a lie.
But don't you think they're lying in the hopes that their followers repeat the lie?
So, because there are an awful lot of people who do not look at this as much as we do. There's a lot of people who won't even look at the video, but they're going to see what these people said, and they're repeating it everywhere they go. I played pickleball yesterday with two guys who are smart, successful people, and they were saying things. I'm like, guys, that's not true, and they just hadn't looked at it. But they're in the right-wing media sphere. That's all they look at is Fox News, and that's what they were hearing for the first day.
Okay, well, let's play Fox News. Let's play. This is Trey Gowdy, Fox News.
And we certainly should not be labeling him a domestic terrorist who was going to execute cops. There's no evidence to support that.
And I think
Trey Gowdy has been reasonable for a while. He was a congressman as well.
Yes. I think he went out.
Former prosecutor also.
And a former prosecutor.
I think he started talking about Alex Preddy and Kyle Rittenhouse, and maybe, didn't they do the same thing?
Both brought guns to protests.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, I know I'm a broken record over here, but this is why we have to take a beat. You cannot form conclusions on these things until you know what's going on. The need to rush to the camera and to say what happened, and people are already arguing with each other when they don't even know what the guy's name is or what the circumstances were, caused this exact problem. And I think if the Republicans, the most conservative Republicans, the dyed-in-the-wool MAGA people, cannot find a way to justify this, then you have the answer to your question, right? And to the Kyle Rittenhouse point, I have to say, people stood up for his right to bring that long gun to a protest. They said he did not murder somebody, even though he went on trial for murder. They said his shooting was justified. This person was potentially going to shoot him. He feared for his life. It was all great when it was Kyle Rittenhouse, but God forbid some Democrat should bring a gun in his holster, not brandish it, and, to a protest where your guys are questioned. It's so hypocritical, and it is not constitutional. And if you are a constitutional defender like I am, then you have to stand up for everybody's constitutional right. Not just Kyle, not just the Republicans, not just the MAGA freaks.
Matt Browning.
I think what's important to notice here is that we talked about the lie that's being told. One of the greatest mass murderers of all time, Adolf Hitler, said if you tell a lie enough, it's going to be believed. Yeah. You keep telling it over and over and over. And I think when it comes to the extremes, whether it's left or the right, because if you take the left extreme and the right extreme, they're going to meet and cross somewhere.
It's actually a circle.
It's a complete circle.
They meet at the bottom.
And they will meet, and they have the same philosophies and the same ideologies. And once you mix ideology and philosophy, you are going to get violence. It is, I can show you time after time after time that the ideology that is taken in, or the rhetoric that is taken in by whether it's Fox News, CNN, Alex Jones, any of these radical people out there, that rhetoric and ideology that they consume themselves on, they end up living by, and they will go out and commit an act of violence. And that's all that's going on here. You have these administrators, Noem saying all this garbage, but why is she saying it? Because she's got the puppet master telling her to say it.
Right.
I think it's important just to bring facts to this. That not only did he not attack law enforcement, not only did he not brandish a gun, he's literally there anytime. He's got his hands up. He turns his back to. He's actually being pushed back. He was not close.
Yeah.
And
they approached him. He did not.
An ICE or Border Patrol agent goes up to him and starts pushing him back. And then he goes to help a woman who they push and shove to the ground, and his back is to the officers. He is not attacking them. He is not even facing them. And he stands up, and one of the officers sprays him with pepper spray.
I was just going to say, bring up the pepper spray, because if you've ever been sprayed, you know it's very difficult to keep your eyes open.
And then he grabs him and tries to throw him to the ground. And then there's, by the way, he's got his phone in one hand the entire time. He has a gun in a holster. He never once puts his hand on that holster. He doesn't take the gun out of the holster. And in fact, one of the officers takes the gun off of him himself
before the others shot him.
But
then they shot him 10 times.
Exactly. There's not one point in
Remember,
this.
they subdued him, and then they shot him.
Right.
They took the gun away, which he wasn't using, and then they shot him.
Yeah, you saw the picture where he's literally on his knees with one hand on the floor and the other one holding his phone, and the guy's over him with
Has
the
his
gun
gun to
pointing
the
it
back
at
of
his
his
back.
head.
It's insane.
Yeah.
But it's important to understand there was never a point where he was attacking an ICE agent.
No.
There was never a point where he was brandishing a weapon. That is just a fact. And everything that they told you otherwise is a lie.
Yes,
and the
but
question
let me throw this. We knew in 2016 that there are alternative facts. The weekend that Trump was president, I'm not kidding, alternative facts. And we all looked at that, and we said, gosh, that's weird. And then we saw Sean Spencer. What was it? Spicer.
Yeah.
Get thrown in the middle of this press conference on a weekend to show, hey, Barack Obama's inauguration was not as big as Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And we should really
Get
remember
the magic marker
We
out
should really
and
remember
draw
back to
people.
that day because they're doing the same thing, guys.
Gaydos,
It's just now
lies,
it's shooting people.
The lies that led to January 6th and got people convinced that the election was stolen when there was really no actual evidence of that. Those were lies, and people are believing them. So it's an ongoing thing. At some point, do we wake up and say, why are they lying to us? This one is so clear. Anyone can watch this video over and over and over again and see they are lying.
We got to leave it at that.
Why are they lying to us?
All right, we got to leave it at that.
5 o'clock face-off, special 4 o'clock edition on Monday. Thanks again. We've got Barry Marks and Matt Brown and Christine Jones all in studio with us. Coming back on the other side, the White House says ICE will leave Minnesota if. What's the if? We'll talk about that next. This is the face-off on KTAR.
All right, the attorneys at Sweet James, nobody better. They're going to get you money. This is what we've been talking about. Sweet James has been serving injured accident victims for 25 years. They take every single case seriously. They're going to go and fight for you. And if you want to look at their winning record, which is something I would look at if I wanted a lawyer, they win 98% of the time. Their experience in hundreds and hundreds of trials, a 98% winning record means that insurance companies know Sweet James won't back down. They have a serious reputation. You want an attorney with a serious reputation. And so Sweet James is trusted by thousands of injured accident victims in Arizona and the official attorney partner of the Phoenix Suns. 1-800-9-MILLION. If you're in an accident, this is who you call. Sweet James, the attorneys over at Sweet James, 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from KTAR News. This show's keyword is par. Par. Text the word par to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-666-9943 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem will testify before the Senate Judiciary Committee March 3rd, according to ranking Democratic member Senator Dick Durbin. The news follows the deadly U.S. Border Patrol shooting of 37-year-old Alex Preddy in Minneapolis on Saturday. It's the third shooting this month, second fatal involving immigration agents in that city. After watching videos of the latest shooting, ABC News contributor and former acting DHS Undersecretary John Cohen says he has doubts about the argument that officers fired in self-defense, especially after Preddy was disarmed and shot the first time.
It appears that two agents then fire multiple rounds at Mr. Preddy while he's lying on the ground, not moving. And there is no way that is an accepted law enforcement practice.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check your ride this afternoon now with Commander Bill in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Technically, it's in Tempe. On Baseline at I-10, crews working an accident. Watch out for a crash along 40th Street, a little bit south of Broadway. We've got one downtown along Thomas at 5th Avenue and one at 7th Street in Glendale just reported, and an accident in Scottsdale still being worked on along Scottsdale Road just south of Pinnacle Peak. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And Stuart, when it comes to retirement savings, building wealth, you hear the word diversification a lot. What does it mean? Is it really important?
Well, it's more important than most people know, but most people get it wrong. They think that the more stocks or mutual funds you own, the more you're diversified.
That sounds diversified.
But it's not usually the case. If you buy a bunch of mutual funds and those mutual funds all buy the same stock, what's happening there? There's no diversification at all. We see tons of overlap where the same stocks are purchased in mutual funds.
So what do? You
test it out. And what we find out with our portfolio analysis, most people have terribly diversified portfolios. That's why it's important to get an absolutely free second opinion.
All right, get that portfolio review by going to assetpreservationwealth.com. Assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Outspoken presents the 5 o'clock face-off, live on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Special edition and special guest with us in studio. Former GoDaddy chief counsel, an attorney, and former Republican candidate for governor here in Arizona. That's Christine Jones. He's a retired Mesa PD detective, expert in gang and extremists, plus an outstanding author. That's Matt Browning. And KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson. That's our panel today as we continue to discuss it. So there is relatively breaking news, or the latest information coming out of Minnesota is there is some sort of shift, moving people around, pulling people out. I don't think it's 100% clear, to be quite honest, exactly what's happening. But there has been a, what do you want to call it, change in tone coming out of the White House?
Conversation between Trump and the governor.
He called the governor, called the mayor. It said they were good conversations.
Yeah, Tim Walz called him the governor of Minnesota. But yeah, there's a lot of reporting that behind the scenes that the Trump administration is not very happy with Kristi Noem. She's not happy with Greg Bovino. Reports now are that Bovino has been told to leave. He's been ordered to leave Minnesota. He's still going to run Border Patrol in other states, and this will happen in other places.
Okay.
But there's a lot of that. This originates with, and there's already been this divide at DHS. Kristi Noem and Corey Lewandowski, who's apparently her friend who's working
Friend
there
is nice.
off the record.
It's nice.
But they're following the instructions from Stephen Miller, who's the deputy chief of staff for President Trump. And he has always been the one that's putting 3,000. You have to arrest 3,000 people and deport them every day. And
This
pushing
amount of numbers we need.
Yeah, yelling at in June. There's reports he went and yelled at DHF and their executives to go get more people, and that's who they're following. And Tom Homan, who Trump has now ordered to go into Minnesota. And by the way, when we get to the place where Tom Homan is the reasonable guy in the room, we're in trouble. But Tom Homan is now going to go there, and Homan has been fighting at DHS and saying, let's focus on the criminals and not focus on this other stuff that we've been doing. So I think Trump is seeing that. As Bruce has said, his poll numbers are not good. The American people do not like. I mean, Trump is upside down in polls now on immigration. That's unheard of.
Impossible.
ICE net approval rating is minus 27 points.
Yes. 45%, give or take, of Americans say we should get rid of ICE, which is ridiculous. But that just tells you it is such an unpopular thing right now. So I think Trump is looking for an off-ramp. I think he wants to find a way, without saying we're going to pause and to take some of, as Christina said, lower the temperature a little bit, get out of Minnesota in some way. And so they announced today at the White House briefing that he's demanded that they basically agree to get rid of the sanctuary city stuff and the sanctuary state stuff and cooperate with law enforcement.
So they're going to negotiate for ICE to leave?
I think you're going to see some of that. I think the state they should agree to help get rid of hard criminals. If there's real criminals who are here illegally, let's get rid of them.
100%.
But why are we helping them?
What was the other deal that was on the table the other day? It was voting rolls?
Yeah, so I think to Barry's point, there were three things, and one of them was give us your voter rolls, right? So if you're talking about Corey Lewandowski, Kristi Noem's friend, in air quotes, he definitely wants access to that, right? He wants that from every state.
ICE would leave, and then Minnesota would give them what? Pam Bondi sent that letter over.
Yeah, this isn't an unreasonable request. What's not necessarily unreasonable, and I think why Tom Homan is going down there, by the way, him being reasonable is that is a new paradigm here.
We're grading on a curve.
Yeah, we're grading on a curve. But to say we'll pull out, we understand we're creating a big mess down there. We acknowledge it, mea culpa, but you have to help us enforce federal immigration law. That could be a compromise. Now, does Homan actually have the ability to go in there and deal with walls and deal with the local mayors? I don't know, right? He's a pretty aggressive enforcer, right?
He's going to be a different face than the liars who were up there over the weekend.
The question is his focus really on actual criminals and not just pulling people over and going to school bus stops and the stuff that we
American citizens.
It couldn't get any worse, Barry. Right? He could have one iota or one degree of measure of improvement, and it would seem a lot better.
What's the off ramp that Trump is going to say? Well, okay, I look good now.
I think he's going to say, "Oh, I'm sorry."
There's none.
I don't think there's
no
either.
off ramp.
No, I don't think so either.
He's in it for a long haul. He's got 3 more years. He's going to keep doing it for 3 years. And the problem is, in my opinion, he's putting people in these positions, law enforcement positions, that have zero experience in law enforcement.
I think that's an important point.
Anybody in law enforcement would look at this and say, "Oh, I'm out. Back up. Everybody out. Let's rejoin. Let's regroup. Let's train for 6 months or a year."
Well, to be clear, ICE was never. That's not what they did previously.
No.
Is that fair?
They shouldn't be out there.
They shouldn't be doing crowd control.
And they're not training them.
Well, first of all, if you're ICE and you just get in a shooting, you should not be doing crowd control. The locals should come in.
Or counting how many bullets you put in a guy.
You don't do that.
Because that's what they did.
They left him lying on his side, bleeding out, and a doctor was there and said, let me help him. They wouldn't let her do it. 3 times she had to ask. She gets over there, he's lying on his side, and the officers are around counting how many bullets.
And let's just not forget, in the first shooting, the ICE officer called her an effing B.
Yeah.
That's all I need to know.
Yeah.
Aye.
Panel, all of you, appreciate it. Christine, Matt, Barry.
Well, everybody but Barry.
Okay, everybody but no.
A little more of a pause there than we needed.
It was a pause for effect, Markson.
Nice to see you all.
I think you forgot my name.
We appreciate you guys coming in, obviously at the last minute as well. Thank you so very much. It's an important discussion, and it's going to continue. We have Senator Gallego, who's going to be joining us later on the show, and up next.
5:30 Gallego. Meghan McCain is up next. There's a pivot from the White House and their message.
Yeah, we're going to be hearing from her from Washington, D.C., and what she's also hearing from members of Congress who are feeling the wind blow, if you will. It's up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, the Lund Mortgage team, my friends of several decades. Listen, if you have a mortgage and you got a house and a mortgage in the last 2-3 years, mortgage rates have dropped. They actually dropped again. We haven't seen them this low in years. And so right now is a great time for you to consider saving some money and refinancing. So that's what the Lund Mortgage team can do for you. And they will do it for you if you send them one email. Here's, technology at its best. My friends at the Lund Mortgage team, they will track interest rates daily, and they will help you act fast and save big. And all you have to do is send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. Ratewatch, one word, at lundmortgage, one word.com. When you do that, they monitor the market and they alert you when it's the right time to refinance so you can save a ton of money. So don't dilly-dally. Do it right now. You got to start saving money. Ratewatch at lundmortgage.com. That's how you start saving. Tell them Gaydos sent you.
Right now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some greatly needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. It's a great alternative to paint. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 to 5 years, costing you more and more money. But when you use Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. With Rhino Shield, your home will always look like it's just been freshly painted. Guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. So if you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you to receive 15% off the regular price. That's 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
On the House means home improvement and repair advice is free of charge when you listen to Rosie, helping Arizona homeowners for over 30 years. That's Rosie on the House, Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight shines a light on the Thunderbirds for their ongoing support of organizations that assist children and families. Through events like the WM Phoenix Open, the Thunderbirds and Thunderbirds charities have raised more than $226 million for Arizona nonprofit organizations. KTAR is proud to shine our Community Impact Spotlight on the Thunderbirds. The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Hi, I'm Brandon Webb, former Arizona baseball player. Baseball has enriched my life, teaching me teamwork, confidence, and perseverance. At Miracle League of Arizona, we're sharing that gift with children, teens, and adults with special needs. Over 450 athletes get the chance to play, most for the first time, learning sportsmanship and building friendships that last a lifetime. Miracle League of Arizona is more than a baseball league. It's a community where everyone belongs. Learn more at miracleleagueaz.com or call 480-686-8137.
Join KTAR in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. And new this afternoon, the U.S. Attorney's Office says federal agents have been executing search warrants at 15 different locations across the Phoenix area. We're told it's all part of a months-long criminal investigation that includes Homeland Security and other federal agencies. The statement adds additional information will be made available over the next few days. After calls between the president and Governor Tim Walz and Mayor Jacob Frey, there's word a number of Border Patrol agents and their commander will be leaving Minneapolis.
President Trump and Governor Tim Walz both framing their phone call Monday as positive. The president posting that he and Walz seem to be on, quote, a similar wavelength. A spokesperson for Walz said the president agreed to look into reducing the number of federal agents in Minnesota, but the White House indicated that would be conditional on cooperation from Walz and other Democratic state leaders. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt still pointing the finger at Democratic officials for the unrest and violence in Minnesota, including Alex Preddy's death.
This tragedy occurred as a result of a deliberate and hostile resistance by Democrat leaders in Minnesota.
Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
We will be judged on what we did in this moment.
An Arizona Democrat says Congress needs to take action against ICE in light of the second fatal Minneapolis shooting involving a federal agent. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live in the News Center with more.
Today, Arizona U.S. Rep. Yasamin Ansari calling on Republicans in Congress to support Democrat-backed bills to put restrictions on ICE, such as not allowing federal agents to hide their faces in most situations. She adds,
last year, $170 billion additional dollars were given to DHS and ICE through the big ugly bill that was passed. There's more funding on the table right now. We have the power of the purse. We can rein in the funding.
But White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt blaming Democrats for the situation in Minneapolis.
All the president is asking for is cooperation to arrest individuals like this and deport them from the United States of America.
Live in the News Center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
ICE is acting less like a law enforcement agency and more like a secret police for President Trump. That today from Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego as he spoke out against ICE's aggressive tactics in Minneapolis.
Professional enforcement would not be doing things of this nature. Professional enforcement that does investigations, arrests people, goes through the process, it would not cause this type of chaos and pushback that's happening here.
Gallego says right now ICE agents are more concerned with filling detainment quotas than actually deporting people. We'll be hearing more from the senator as he'll be joining Outspoken with Bruce Gaydos at 5:30 this afternoon. You can watch the exclusive interview on the KTAR YouTube channel. Pinal County Attorney Brad Miller and the County Board of Supervisors are at odds over an agreement with federal agencies over immigration enforcement. Miller entered into a 287G agreement that allows local law enforcement to assist in certain immigration actions. The board claims the agreement is void because it was not voted on. Miller says he has no intention of ending the 287G agreement. If you're an APS customer, your bill could be going up by 14%.
If the proposal goes through, it would be the fourth rate hike from the Valley utility since 2017, and this hike is expected to add about $20 to your power bill each month. APS Manager of Regulatory Compliance Ann Carlton tells Arizona's Morning News that their proposed rate increase isn't necessary, and they will make sure data centers pay their fair share for the power they use.
One of the big proposals we have in this rate case is actually a 45% increase for their rates to make sure that they will continue to pay their fair share.
She says that though they don't have a lot of data centers in their service area, the rate hike is a proactive measure in anticipation of expected data center growth. Kellen Shover, KTAR News.
Now tonight from 6 to 8, a Corporation Commission hearing will be held via telephone looking for your input on this proposed 14% increase in electricity rates for APS customers. Let's get you home now. Here is Commander Bill in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Freeway slowing. It exists on the 101 southbound Pima Freeway through Scottsdale. You're about half speed via Dave Ventura all the way down through the 202 Red Mountain. Along the 51, both north and southbound, it's a tough ride from the mini stack to about Bethany Home Road again in both directions. And an accident on the 101 Agua Fria northbound. It's near Bell Road. You'll find fire trucks off right. Traffic brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Join us January 29th for our luncheon with guest speaker John Spooner covering entrance fees, costs, and long-term value. RSVP at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
Tonight, cloudy skies and 44 for the low, 72 and sunny tomorrow. We'll climb to the mid-70s on Wednesday and Thursday. And right now in Phoenix, it's 67 at Sky Harbor. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos, second hour of the show.
Many people will tell you second hour is best of the hour, especially on a Monday.
Kicked off the first hour with a special edition of the Face Off. Our panel was in. Obviously, we're talking about ICE killing another American citizen. We're going to have Senator Ruben Gallego coming up in about 25 minutes. What is the Senate going to do to stop this insanity? What can they do? What is Gallego working on? And his thoughts on the murder of another U.S. citizen. Joining us now, as she does every Monday, Mondays with Meghan, is Meghan McCain, host of Citizen McCain, the daughter of the late, great Senator John McCain. Hi, Meghan. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you guys for having me.
Well,
how are you doing, Mom?
Yeah, how's the mom thing going?
I mean, the mom thing is fine. I'm in a frozen tundra.
Yes, you are.
Absolutely, it's horrific.
Yeah.
And I tweeted earlier I would take 125-degree weather in Gila Bend any day over this garbage. It's horrible. And obviously, there's a lot of really sad and intense news happening in the country. And I think everyone, no matter what side of the aisle you lie on, feels this tension. And it's really a sad, sort of dark time in the country right now.
I think I said this at the beginning of the show. The news is crippling. It's absolutely crippling because when you wake up in the morning, this is what you get. You know, what's happening in Minneapolis. I mean, they murdered him. They immediately lied about it.
Started making up stories and giving a false representation of what happened.
And they called the guy a terrorist.
Yeah.
And I mean, listen, he wasn't even a protester. He was just there recording.
They call them observers.
And then they shot him 10 times.
Yeah.
Meghan,
he was a VA nurse.
Yeah.
For veterans.
On top of that.
Let's talk politics here for a second about this issue. What's the off-ramp for Donald Trump?
I don't know, but the polling on it, like Harry Enton on CNN today, I mean, now ICE's net approval is at negative 27%, which is obviously extremely low. I was actually, like, and granted, like, I'm on maternity leave and sort of in a fog, but when the first initial Kristi Noem press conference came out, I assumed that this guy pulled a gun on ICE officials. I was like, I was like, well, obviously they shot him. You can't pull a gun on law enforcement because I support law enforcement. I support people who work in, police and government, and I support people who work in ICE. But then when you come out finding out that she, seems to have patently, if not lied, completely misrepresented the situation, and like you said, calling him a terrorist, I think that's where the anger and confusion is coming from because, people screw up and people make tragic mistakes. It's a horrible part of life, and it's a horrible part of things like the heated political climate that we're in. But the lying about this, and then the victim's family coming out saying, he was a wonderful man and he loved his country and help us to make sure that these lies aren't spread about him. This seems like a completely unprecedented territory. And we always talk about the let them eat cake element of the administration. And last night there was this screening of Melania Trump's movie at the White House, which is fine for them to screen the movie. But I just thought the optics of everyone in tuxedos at the same time that peaceful protesters are being shot 10 times is an interesting optical difference for this moment. And look, I think the midterms are totally going to hell. I think that Republicans have totally lost the narrative, and anyone supporting this, which people like Governor Greg Abbott and Ted Cruz are coming out criticizing this. It's not like all Republicans are on board.
Well, it's interesting you say that, Meghan. And again, even though you're on maternity leave, I know you are not very far from the levers of power there. And it seems like we are hearing not just from Democrat members of Congress, but even some Republican members, I'm going to assume in swing districts in an election year, are saying we need investigations, we need hearings. I mean, that seems like a pretty big step for them to actually come out against something that Trump has been so passionate about.
Yeah, and I think part of the problem is there's so many people in the administration that just are so in such a tunnel vision bubble, just listening to people like Stephen Miller all the time, not understanding that, you can think whatever you want, but if the polling starts moving the way it is, and I've seen people that I don't normally, everything's anecdotal, obviously, but people that aren't normally political in my social media feed, like my facialists, like people that I just work with peripherally, are really upset about this and posting things about it. And I think, again, it's like, this is 4 innocent Americans who have been shot and killed by ICE agents in protests, which they are legally allowed to do. Me, as a Second Amendment person, I'm offended that there was narratives coming out saying that he wasn't allowed to be armed and have a firearm on him. He has a legal right to walk around with the victim, Alex Peretti, did. Yes. And I think that there's just a lot of, really, really bad spin coming out. And quite frankly, the politics of it, they need a scalp. I would fire Kristi Noem if I were in charge of the White House now.
Can I tell you,
it's over.
We're getting information. I'm waiting for it to come from an official source that Greg Bovino, the commander at large, has been relieved of his duties and is returning to his home in California.
He's hot garbage. This guy comes out and spews the most awful crap. There's nothing that is in his mouth other than lies.
Well, and keep in mind, I'm hearing it as sources right now. I'm waiting for some more credible information, but that is kind of what's flying around.
You got to drop the hammer on some of these people. Kristi Noem is a disgrace. She is. This is 2 people who have been murdered in the middle of the street, and they're both domestic terrorists. It's insane.
Well,
Nobody believes that.
For a long time, I've never really understood her qualifications for this specific job, as for Homeland Security. But she seems to cosplay this job more than actually do it, and again, not seem to understand the optics of what went on. And I think the fact that she again came out, I was very confused when I saw her press conference. I literally thought that the victim had shot someone.
I did too.
That's the way they portrayed it. I was like, and then one of my friends on text chain was like, "That's not what happened at all. You need to watch the video." And I didn't want to watch the video because, quite frankly, I'm sick of watching innocent Americans being shot on the internet. And then I did, and I was like, "Wow, this is completely wrong." But I just think I've never thought she has taken this job seriously in the way that she should. Again, I think all the photo shoots and photo ops and it's, sort of focus on her appearance versus the job. I would say that about a man had he presented himself in the same way. This is not like a sexist thing. And I just think she's a disgrace as well. She's an absolute joke to the country. And I agree. If I were somehow in charge of this, she would be the first person I would say you got to go.
Meghan McCain is joining us Mondays with Meghan. Yeah. In an era of smartphones, I don't need to watch television, to watch somebody tell me what they think of a video so I know what I think of a video. I watched what happened. I don't need Fox News or CNN to tell me what to think. I watched it myself.
How scary is that without videos, all we would be left with is this completely made up version of accounts?
Their word.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can watch what happened for myself.
I don't know why, again, the spin is so bad. Like you said, there's a million camera phones. Can find a million different versions of this on the internet. I don't understand why you would lie about it even to begin with, because it's so easy to disprove. Mm-hmm. And that's another part of this, again, not to be gross, because there's obviously ethical, moral, and I think probably constitutional issues that can be discussed, but just the brass politics of this, you would know that that it's just stupid, and that you're doing many self-enforced errors, and people think that you're cruel and callous and that you don't care that an innocent American, like you said, it was just attending a protest with a friend, which is everyone's legal right to do as an American, and was murdered in cold blood. It's very tragic and very disheartening. And again, I don't understand this level of callousness that is directed towards someone who is a victim of a shooting.
Meghan McCain joins us. Stephen Miller called the victim, quote, a domestic terrorist who tried to assassinate federal law enforcement. Ridiculous. Greg Bovino, who's the border guy who may have gotten canned, quote, this guy wanted to massacre law enforcement. Then you've got FBI Director Kash Patel. What a beauty this guy is.
I know.
You cannot, quote, you cannot bring a firearm loaded with multiple magazines to any sort of protest that you want.
Right,
let me finish. It's that simple. You don't have that right to break the law.
We'll put Kash Patel down as anti-Second Amendment.
I guess we will.
Got it. All right.
I guess we will. It's just, it's the lies that are so big after we all see what we see. And they try and get ahead of it with the most blatant lies. Before I even saw it, he was brandishing a weapon. Not true. He was at a protest. Not true. He was a protester. That's not true either. He wasn't protesting anything. He was just had his phone and he was filming it.
Well, and the reason he drew their attention was he went to the aid of a woman who had just been assaulted by one of these masked thugs on the street.
They walked up to her and him. And
for
then,
doing what? Recording them.
Right.
By their First Amendment right.
And then, yes, he was armed. But after they disarmed him, they put 10 bullets in him.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Yeah, it's really horrible.
It's unbelievable.
And I think that there's a lot of people working in the government that think they're in a Quentin Tarantino movie and don't understand that this is real life.
Right.
And that this is not a joke and that this is not, I just think there's this like machismo rhetoric that is so disassociated and disconnected from the reality of what's going on. And I always say, like, my first reaction to all this when I first finally figured out what really had gone on, because like I said twice already that I didn't know that's what happened at first, is that I said to my friend, I was like, this is going to petrify the normies. You always have to care about the normal people in the country, the people who are not addicted to the news, the center-right, center-left Americans who just want peace and calm, and they don't want chaos. And you know what this is? There's a lot of chaos, and the chaos of the first Trump administration and the Biden administration is what was ultimately their undoing, and I think could be the undoing of Trump's second term, because there's no one wants this. You don't have to believe me. You can say, oh, Megan's biased, whatever.
Who's for this?
Trump administration. Look at
Stephen Miller.
I think Stephen Miller, people in the administration. But like you said, it's this insane rhetoric that I think, like I said, they think they're in a movie and they're not in real life, and it's really. Like I said, I feel like this is a tipping point and a little bit of a fever pitch right now. I don't know if you feel the same, and it's the same tenor in Arizona, but people in my life who are normally very defensive of the Trump administration are extremely upset over this.
Yeah. Megan, thank you so much again for making time for us during maternity leave as this bouncing bundle of joy continues to be part of your life.
I mean, you're giving me a break for a second. My husband can hold it for a second. Give me a good excuse.
You got it.
I got to do Mondays with Megan. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Megan.
You guys hang in there, too.
Right.
I mean, this is, like, very intense.
Yeah, it's not
to be
fun.
Covering so much.
Not fun.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you, guys.
Stay warm, too.
Okay, Megan, take
Good
care.
luck.
Thank you. Bye.
That's Meghan McCain, host of Citizen McCain and daughter of a friend of ours, the late, great Senator John McCain. We appreciate her comments. Hey, want to do a quick shout-out. City shout-out this time. It's Goodyear. All the Goodyearians, thank you guys so much. Everyone out there in the West Valley, shout out to Goodyear.
She made a great point. I think we should talk about this coming up. By the way, Senator Gallego at 5:30.
5:30, yeah.
She talked about the normies.
The normies.
The people out there who don't look at the news, they're not on Twitter
Not
all the
addicted
time.
to the news. Don't watch cable TV.
Absolutely furious.
Yeah, let's talk about that. It's up next. We're Outspoken here on KTAR.
All right, Advanced Window Products, 480-746-4280. All right, 40-year anniversary for my friends over at Advanced Window Products. When you want expertise, when you want the best windows made, the best installers, and a company that guarantees your new windows for life, this is who I'm talking about. Advanced Window Products, 480-746-4280. So I was out at their showroom a couple months ago watching them build these windows. They build the windows, they install the windows, they guarantee them for life. Their factory to your front door in 8 weeks or less. And, if you're thinking of investing in your number one asset, your home, now's the time to do it. Get ahead of the heat. Yes, it's almost February. And in March, we'll start feeling some of the heat. If you're new to town, that's kind of what happens here. You can improve your home's aesthetics. You can upgrade with the number one window replacement company here in Arizona. All you have to do is go to advancedwindows.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 5:19, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem will testify before the Senate Judiciary Committee March 3rd. That's according to ranking Democratic member Senator Dick Durbin. The news follows the deadly U.S. Border Patrol shooting of 37-year-old Alex Preddy in Minneapolis Saturday. The third shooting this month, second fatal, involving immigration agents in the city. After watching videos of the latest shooting, ABC News contributor and former acting DHS Undersecretary John Cohen says the officers' actions risk making the nation less safe.
This and other incidents are causing some real strain across the country between federal law enforcement and their state and local partners.
And the shooting over the weekend in Minneapolis has been generating a lot of talk all across the country and right here in the Valley. Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego has been a vocal critic of the Trump administration's approach on immigration, and he'll be joining Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos live at 5:30 this afternoon. You can watch the exclusive interview on our KTAR YouTube channel. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at the roads now this afternoon with Commander Bill in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Plenty of congestion awaits you along I-10 at the split and at the mini stack. That's where I-10, the 51, and the 202 all kind of conjoin. Northbound 17 has you pumping the brakes from the stacks up to about Bethany Home. And there's an accident off right on the 101 northbound Agua Fria near Bell Road. The red and blue, they're flashing once again off to the right-hand side. One Service Street collision, baseline at I-10 in Tempe. I'm Commander Bill. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos.
All right. Appreciate it. Don't forget, coming up about 10 minutes from now, Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego is going to be joining us, and we're going to learn from him what kind of power does he or the Democrats have when it comes to ICE and their tactics. We'll find out from him.
Well, they might have some Republican help.
They may not be alone. Good point.
You can't be. Listen, this isn't a one-sided thing anymore. This isn't right versus left. This is not Republican versus Democrat. This is reality versus you have your head in the sand. That's what this is about. And plenty of people are coming around. And I've said this before. I'll say it over and over again. You can like Trump. Fine. You can also not like this.
Yeah.
You can
hold
also
two thoughts in your
like
head.
this.
Correct.
And a lot of people don't like this. A lot of people who voted for Donald Trump don't like this, and you shouldn't.
Well, it's being borne out in polling data that we're seeing, and which I can only imagine as we get new polls will look even worse. We just had Meghan McCain on every Monday at 5 o'clock. Meghan McCain joins us, and she made an interesting point. This might come as a shock to some of you, because if you're locked in,
I know what you're going to say,
to the Bruce and Gaydos Outspoken show, and you consume news and information kind of regularly, you're not normal. You're not one of the normies. You're more engaged than most people. We know this.
Right.
A lot of people, and I run into them all the time. I mean, if I didn't tell them what the news story of the week was, they wouldn't have the foggiest idea. They don't watch the news. Nobody gets a newspaper anymore. They don't listen to talk radio or news radio. They just amazingly go on with their lives, completely unaware of what's happening. But certain events stand out. Certain events it's tough to get away from, right?
Right.
And this event has really seemed to have reached even the normies.
Listen, I have friends who they know what I do, and they don't listen. They never listen.
Yeah.
I have certain friends who've never listened to the show.
My friends don't listen because they know me. Sorry.
My point is that, they'll see what's kind of going on, but they're not really in it.
Yeah.
They're not talking about it with their friends. Like, you go to dinner and it's all politics. That's not them.
No.
And I talked to some of them this weekend, and they've never brought politics up. And just the amount of anger is shocking.
Can I tell you, I saw more than one. I'm going to use Facebook as the example because that's where old people hang out. More than one Facebook post from people. And I actually went and looked. Like, I haven't posted on Facebook in 3 years. Or I never post on Facebook. And I went and looked and go, well, they never do. And they posted about this.
That's
and they're
it.
outraged.
I had somebody 10 years.
10 years. Okay, a great example.
Texted me today. Haven't posted on Facebook in 10 years until today. Yeah, this is beyond anything we've ever seen. Racial profiling, pulling brown and black people out of cars for no reason. A bunch of thugs who are not law enforcement. Please do not think these guys are law enforcement. They are not trained. 47 days is not trained. Do not lump them in with Phoenix PD. Do not lump these guys in. They look for a fight. And by the way, they love throwing women down. These men probably do it in their real life. And now they're getting paid to do it. The amount of women that I've seen get tossed around by these guys is shocking.
This altercation with Mr. Preddy, the deceased, the victim, the man who was assassinated, murdered by masked thugs on a Minneapolis street. The reason he came to their attention is, if you watch it, one of the thugs pushes a lady who's filming him with two hands and knocks her to the ground, and he steps in to try to help her. And that's when they jump on him.
His last act on this earth was defending a woman who ICE violently shoved to the ground for no reason. If you're going to go out, it's a good reason to go out. Guy, in my opinion, it's so sad that they put 10 bullets in him. 6 to 10 guys, I guess they're not trained enough to figure this whole thing out. But you're tossing women around, and he decided to do something about it, and he lost his life.
Again, I will point out that they are too big of cowards to join the military.
Disgusting.
And they're too fat and stupid to be cops.
They're disgusting human beings.
So that's who they are.
They're disgusting.
Up next, ICE murders another American citizen, and lawmakers are demanding a range of actions. We're going to ask Senator Ruben Gallego what he doing to stop the bloodshed. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
Let's give $2,500 to Mr. AC.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
5 years ago, I started as an apprentice, and now I'm a licensed electrician at the Resolution Mine. Every morning that I go down in the mine is still a thrill. The work is challenging, it pays well, and I like being part of the clean energy economy. EVs, solar panels, every new technology needs copper, and we can provide it right here.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to Natural Grocers, it's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it's the richest olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate bars straight from Belgium. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price. With Natural Grocers brand products, find the store near you at naturalgrocers.com.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
If you're replacing your home's windows or doors, here's what most people miss. Installation matters as much as the product. I'm Becky Lynn, and that's why I recommend Arizona Window and Door Store. Locally owned with their exclusive seal and shield installation process, backed by a lifetime labor warranty. And with over 1,400 five-star reviews, Arizona homeowners agree. Call 480-666-9943 for a free in-home appointment or book online at azwds.com. That's azwds.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. President Trump has softened his stance on the immigration crackdown in Minnesota. Today, he praised productive conversations with the governor and the Minneapolis mayor. Trump also sent the border czar to oversee much of the enforcement effort. Some federal agents are expected to leave as soon as tomorrow. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey said Trump agreed the current situation cannot continue. The mayor said he would keep pushing for others involved in Operation Metro Surge to go. Among those expected to depart, Senior Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays is facing scrutiny for comments she made about ICE. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with some reaction from a Republican.
State Senator John Kavanaugh tells the Mike Broomhead Show AG Chris Mays has endangered law enforcement for saying they could be shot under the Stand Your Ground law.
And she's also endangered local police. SWAT teams wear face coverings and the military-type fatigues.
Mays clarified her comments in a video over the weekend, saying she stands with law enforcement and wants to keep them safe, but won't be deterred from speaking out about the Trump administration.
But we have all witnessed the increasingly chaotic and dangerous activity of ICE agents in cities across the country.
Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego has been a vocal critic of the Trump administration's approach to immigration. He'll join Outspoken with Bruce Gaydos next, and you can watch the exclusive interview on the KTAR YouTube channel. Many U.S. residents are facing another night of below freezing temperatures and no electricity after that massive winter storm dumped more snow in the northeast and left parts of the south coated in ice. The colossal storm halted air and road traffic in many areas and sent the temperatures plunging. At least 29 deaths were reported in states hit by that winter weather. Let's check on our traffic right now. Here's Commander Bill live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
In the East Valley, watching a crash on your cameras along US 60, the Superstition Freeway at Dobson Road. We've got the HOV in your two left lanes completely cut off. Serious delays await that'll take you back to the transition. Also, your 101 ramps to US 60 right now are really clogged up. Your typical detours, southern or baseline again to avoid this crash. US 60, the Superstition Freeway eastbound at Dobson. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
Tonight we're looking for cloudy skies, 44 the overnight low. Tomorrow sunny and 72, and a few clouds on Wednesday as we climb to 74 for our high. But right now in Surprise, it's 62 degrees. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The president spoke to the governor of Minnesota. Is this the beginning of peace in the area? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
We've got Senator Ruben Gallego coming up in just a few moments, but some breaking news here in the Valley. Homeland Security is, they say, serving search warrants at Zips Sports Grill restaurants all over the Valley. The Miller and Scottsdale Road, 32nd and Shea, 64th and Greenway, Camelback and Miller are the ones where they've cordoned off the area, if you will, like police tape, and you see armed people there.
There are 15 Zips locations in the Valley.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
They could be at all of them. I don't know.
And I said this to you off the air. Mm-hmm. I'll say it on the air. I'll just say it. There was a restaurant in the Valley, and I don't know who it was. I don't know if it was Zips or something else. But it was over the weekend, and I was reading about it, and I'm trying to find it.
Okay.
But there was a restaurant that said, just in case you want to know where we stand with ICE, and then it was, blank them, right? I wonder if it was Zips that said that. All right. It is 5:34 on KTAR. Joining us as promised is Senator Ruben Gallego. Senator, how are you today? Let's see. Hey, Senator, can you see us?
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can,
There we
sir.
go.
Loud and
Okay.
clear. Go right ahead.
How you doing?
I can't hear you guys, though.
Uh-oh.
All right, let's put
How
him on
about now?
hold. Let's put him on hold. Maybe put him on the phone.
How about now?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right, we'll get it.
We'll work
get it-
on that.
We'll get
Okay.
it worked on. Ruben Gallego in just a moment. We've got to get it fixed. So a couple of things we'll go over with Gallego. All right, let's try him here on the phone.
All right.
Senator, can you hear us now?
I can hear you now. Probably I'm going to have to go through my cell phone.
No
but
problem.
You have to see my ugly mug through the iPad.
There you go. No problem.
All right, so we have another U.S. citizen murdered by ICE. It looks like Border Patrol Commander Greg Bavino may be leaving Minneapolis. And
Possibly leaving ICE, right?
Maybe getting fired. What would your farewell to him be like?
Look, I think it's not. I'm not here to score points. What happened is a very serious situation, and even leading up to Petrie being murdered, there was just a lot of abuse that was happening and a lot of unprofessionalism that was occurring at the hands of ICE and Border Patrol. And whether he leaves or he doesn't, I'm hearing conflicting reports. The most important thing is to bring professionalism back to immigration enforcement. Border Patrol needs to go back to the border. They don't know how to operate when it comes to these city and urban environments. They need to bring the training standards back up to ICE agents, not just 6 weeks, but the longer standard that we have. And you have to go back to doing the things that keeps people safe. Make sure you have warrants, for example, to go after people, focusing on working with community partners and police officers to go after the bad guys instead of having the random searches and the racial profiling that's causing a lot of the mayhem.
And what do you do if they don't want to change any of that? Because it doesn't look like they're really keen on changing any of that.
Yeah, I mean, this is why, number one, I'm going to hold up funding as much as I can with as many senators as I can to see if we can get into a compromise with the Republicans. Look, we're not in charge. I'm not going to get everything I want. But I think, my Republican colleagues, and I think Republicans and Democrats and independents in general want safe immigration enforcement. They want these guys to go after the bad guys. They want them to use warrants. Don't go into people's houses without their permission. Don't do random pool asides of people just because they're brown or whatever color you think people are here in this country illegally. And you need to also have proper force when you're doing all this. Like, for me, one of the most frustrating things, seeing what's happening in Minnesota and other parts of the country, is seeing such heavy-handed force by the federal government. As a young man, I had to use force in Iraq at times to protect myself and protect the Marines I served with. But we also knew that every day was a different day, that we had to treat the Iraqi citizens with respect. And if you did that, then you were treated with respect again. The way that they're treating U.S. citizens in these American cities, they're treating them like enemies. They're treating them like, as if they're all threats. And that's how you end up getting a situation where Mr. Petrie was killed after getting beat up by 6 guys. And all he was trying to do was help a young lady that had just gotten pepper sprayed, and he himself got pepper sprayed, and they still ended up pumping 10 bullets into him. That's the kind of environment that you're setting up, a bad command environment. There's no accountability. This is what happens when people know they could get away with, essentially murder, and there's not going to be any type of consequences. That's not what the American government has designed our law enforcement to do. That's not what the American public has agreed to do. We need safe and professional immigration enforcement, not the stuff we're seeing right now.
So you're not for defunding ICE or getting rid of ICE. You're not on that train. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say. Look, I think we have to totally, remake what we want in this country for immigration enforcement. And that means maybe we have to move ICE into another department, if we have to rename it to have its core. But the core function of any group, anything in the future that's going to replace ICE, is going to be deportations no matter what. But what we decide as a country is what is going to be their priorities. And I think what people have clearly said is they want a secure border, which Trump has done, if you give him credit.
Right.
And number 2, they want us to go after the criminals, the people that are real problems in our country, the ones that are a danger not just to everyday Americans, but even to the immigrant community, and they wanted to do it in a professional manner. That's how we should rebuild our immigration reform system. Do we need as many people as we have now? I don't think so. Do we need to have more training? Absolutely. Do we need to they have to follow, the Constitution, the process of doing it. But we don't have to accept that everything that's happening right now is the way it should go in the future.
Senator Ruben Gallego is joining us. Listen, I'm with you. I'm 100% opposed to illegal immigration. I think that we should deport lots of people. Obviously, past administrations have done just that. But I'm also 100% opposed to masked thugs killing innocent American citizens. I'm tired of it. I think it's total BS. I can't believe what I saw again this weekend. And I think just, overall the anger in this country towards ICE, towards this government tyranny is just out of control. And I think, there more and more people are stepping up saying, this is ridiculous. This is not America. And I think that at least is a good thing.
Yeah, and look, this is something that happens when you push people too far.
Right.
Especially freedom-loving Americans. They're going to push back. And, if you think about it, you have police officers every day, City of Phoenix police officers, your Mesa police officers. They're out there every day. They're enforcing laws. And sometimes, they end up, getting in altercations. But super majority of Arizonans trust their police officers because they know at the end of the day, number one, there's going to be accountability to do something wrong. Number two, they're part of the community. And number three, except for some bad apples, they listen to the Constitution of the United States and people's individual rights. What you're seeing right now is people pushing back because most humans, especially Americans, don't like being oppressed. They don't like being pushed, and they don't like the feeling the federal government's on top of them. And I tell you just from experience, even, again, back to my time as a young man in Iraq, as hard as it was, even though I was getting shot at, RPG'd, machine gun, IED'd, every time I went out, I always tried not to bring that to the next citizen I met, the next Iraqi I met. Because if me and my Marines ended up being just total mean guys, then it would be easier for the whole community to turn against us. It's just very simple. This is very simple stuff that we've all learned forever. And you have to treat citizens with respect. Do your policing and your law enforcement in a professional manner, and you will have then the trust of the community. When you don't do that, that's when you see what happened in Minneapolis, what happened in LA. And this is not even a theory. At the beginning of Trump's administration, they were doing immigration enforcement. They were going after guys. They weren't doing this kind of mass roundup, and you didn't see the protests. It's when they started using this type of system where they're just rounding up people, racially profiling people, that you start seeing people pushing back.
Senator Gallego, are you guys going to try and shut the government down so ICE doesn't receive more funding? Because that's one of the things. If you pass it, they're going to get a ton more money. They're going to bring a bunch of people who aren't trained, and they're going to put them in more American cities, and we're going to see more murders.
Is that the only lever you guys have?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's the only lever we have, and it's something that I feel I have to take at this point because they are murdering U.S. citizens. There's a way for us to basically pass everything that we need for government to be funded except for ICE. And even ICE would still be functioning at a certain level anyway to basically go after the bad guys, but not the mass suppression that it has there. I want to get into a negotiation with Republicans where we maybe have to fund some portions of ICE, but there has to be restrictions. There has to be warrants. Only going after people with warrants. There has to be stopping all the racial profiling. You can't be going to schools. You can't be arresting, detaining citizens and not telling people where they are, which is happening right now. You can't be doing this mass suppression that you're seeing right now. And you have to actually engage in professional immigration enforcement, not the kind of stuff we're seeing right now.
Have you heard from any of your Republican colleagues? Are any of them concerned? Are they afraid to say something in public? Are they okay with this?
So a lot of them are not okay with this. Some of them have already started speaking out and have showed their concern about what happened in Minnesota. The next step is, will they join with us to go to Republican leadership, because they're in charge, and say, hey, let's slow this down. Let's figure out how to keep the rest of the government open, making sure that the flights take off. The FBI is funded, all these other things. But let's see what we can do to actually bring some sanity down to ICE and to, again, professionalize our immigration enforcement.
Hey, Senator, Trump needs an off-ramp here. He knows the look of this is horrific, but he's got to feel like he wins. So whatever you guys do, you've got to make it feel for him like he's won. What does that look like? Because if these guys let's pull ICE out, that looks like a retreat for Donald Trump, and he's not going to do that.
Right. Yeah, I don't know what that looks like. For me, whatever it takes for us to actually have sanity in our streets, and reduce the chaos and get our ICE and all those entities back to being professionals instead of what they're acting like now. The president, first of all, can just step up and show leadership. And by showing that, I think he's going to get a lot of credit. If he steps up and says what we've seen is too far, too much, we need to be able to do enforcement while at the same time respecting people's individual rights, I think he'd actually get a lot of kudos. And the thing that he's forgetting, this is the one area that he used to pull well at, and now he's pulling poorly in that area. He needs to actually think about his survival politically or of his party, because Stephen Miller does not care who's basically running the shots over there. He will burn down the whole White House in order for him to get his weird point of view when it comes to immigration enforcement. And Donald Trump and Republicans need to look out for their own legacy right now, because right now it is not looking good. The economy is bad, right? People are hurting. We dropped a lot of not want to say Republicans cut a lot of people off Medicaid to fund ICE and these ICE enforcements, and now this is extremely unpopular. And they're only a couple more months away from actually this being solidified in cement, and their political livelihood is in danger. So if the president just moves to just professionalism, going after the real dangerous targets, working in a manner that is transparent, working with local communities. We should be having local communities, local police officers helping get rid of these criminals that are in this country illegally. No one disagrees with that. I think 95% of Americans absolutely agree with that. What they don't disagree is when we separate families, when we go after kids, when we detain people and don't give them rights, when we're detaining Americans for days, making them prove that they're U.S. citizens, even though it is frankly and fairly accurate very quickly that we can do that. That's where I think Americans really object to it. And then adding, again, what just happened recently with their new judgment that they can just go into people's houses without warrants. That's just anti-American to the core right there.
Senator Gallego, sincerely appreciate your time today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Sorry for running late.
No. And fight the good fight. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, that is Senator Ruben Gallego joining us with his reaction and what he can and maybe say what they can't do as senators in the minority.
On power, man. Very tough, as he said. What's the card that you have to play?
Yeah.
Shut the government down.
Seems like that.
But it's not just shut the government down. It's like if you keep it going, what you're doing is you're going to give ICE millions and millions and millions of more dollars to hire people.
Billions.
Sorry, billions. To hire people like we've seen in the middle of the street in Minneapolis. And who the hell wants to do that?
We'll discuss. It's coming up next. Outspoken here on KTAR.
All right. Take a moment. Southwest Blinds and Shutters. I was on the phone with my friends from Southwest Blinds and Shutters. I think it was my friend Penny. And so we had a good conversation today. They're coming out over the next week, and they're going to do the final measurement. So my wife and I have hired Southwest Blinds and Shutters for a reason. Our blinds are gross. They're outdated. They're faded. They look awful. And we just had the house remodeled, parts of the house remodeled. And in these 20-something year shades and shutters don't go with what we've got going. So I want you to do some homework for yourself. Go to southwestblinds.com. Go to southwestblinds.com and really take a look at what they've got. Motorized shades. They've got blinds. They've got shutters. They've got everything. And it's just so beautiful and very convenient and easy to maneuver. A lot of, certainly these motorized shades, you can just up and down on your phone. Really easy. Southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from KTAR News. This show's keyword is par. Par. Text the word par to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:51. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. More than a dozen Valley locations have been searched as part of a Homeland Security investigation today, and they all appear to be Zips Sports Grills, including the location near 16th Street and Bethany Home Road, where KTAR spoke with an employee who asked not to be named.
They entered very suddenly through the front door. I'm assuming the back door is at the same time.
The woman tells us she counted dozens of agents inside that location. The Department of Justice says it's part of a months-long investigation involving a number of federal agencies, and more details will be released in the coming days. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now let's get you home tonight. Checking the roads for us in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Commander Bill.
Ooh, tough times dealing with this crash along US 60 eastbound. The Superstition Freeway at Dobson up against the wall. HOV lane remains cut off. Serious delays await you all the way back through the 10 transition. Also the ramps from the 101 Pima Freeway, those ramps to eastbound US 60 bumper to bumper. So your typical Service Street detours, either Southern or Baseline. Traffic brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions, can't wait. Think again. Today's low rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
In Arizona, they said need to paint like every 6 years. And I said, that's crazy.
It's a new year, Phoenix, so why not stop the madness and do what Brian did? He called Rhino Shield.
It's a ranch-style house. 3 sides are a sheathing. It's the wood sheathing that got coated with Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our unique climate right here in Phoenix.
With Rhino Shield, they talk about like an R13 insulation value. That's another way to reduce the air conditioning bill. I think it's a really good investment and will be well worth it.
Get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield now for 15% off the regular price.
Plan to live in the house for about 20 years, and you guys warranty your product. I don't have to worry about it.
Rhino Shield, backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. So stop throwing your money away on ordinary paint. Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos.
Just had Senator Gallego on, talking about what he can and maybe what he can't do as a senator in the minority. It seems that one of the only leverage the Democrats have is to not pass another spending bill, quote unquote, shut the government down. The deadline, I believe, is Friday night. Again, 11:59 or whatever.
Is it this Friday?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really care what you have to do. This has to stop.
I think they get a lot of support.
Listen, I don't want to shut anything down. I don't want, SNAP benefits to stop. I don't want flights, and I don't want any of that stuff. But you've got a guy who was murdered by ICE over the weekend. He's an ICU nurse that cared for veterans. He was not a protester. Don't tell me he was, because he wasn't.
Lawfully armed.
He was there to observe and film. And the last thing that he did was defend a woman who ICE violently shoved to the ground for no reason. And then they shot him 10 times. I don't care what the government has to do.
Yeah.
This crap has to stop.
I'm with you. Shut it down until the midterms. Be my guess.
All right.
Like it could get worse.
We've got something going on here in Arizona with Zip Sports Grill. We've got raids from ICE. All right, what are they doing there? We're going to talk about it coming up next.
You know, I stopped into Oliver Smith Jeweler the other day and saw Oliver. Yeah, there's an Oliver Smith when we were talking about the price of gold. Now over $5,000 an ounce. You know, and Oliver said, I run into people all the time that, it'll never go over 3. It'll never go over 4. It'll never go over 5. Now, listen, you can take your chances that it'll keep going up, 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 and up, and up. Or you could take that unused or unwanted jewelry or watch, and you could sell it for big money right now at Oliver Smith Jeweler. That's right. Over $5,000 an ounce, you could be sitting on a fortune in jewelry that you inherited or that you just never wear. It's not the style anymore. That happens. And at Oliver Smith Jeweler, they'll give you a fair appraisal, all right? And they can offer you credit in the store. You want to get a piece of jewelry or maybe a watch that you would use, or they'll give you a check on the spot. It's up to you. And remember, you can trust Oliver Smith. Over 40 years doing this in the Valley. Remember, Oliver Smith was one of the original appraisers on Antiques Roadshow. Yeah, and he's in the store all the time. Stop in and say hi to Oliver and my friends. Where do you find him? Easy. Flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road. What a beautiful, beautiful store on the corner there. And inside Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, a place you can trust to sell your gold and fine jewelry. All right? Walk-ins are welcome, appointments encouraged, and always online, oliversmithjeweler.com.
Join KTAR in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey guys, it's Mike Broomhead. If you have low T, it's time to get your edge back. With testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss, start this month, get a free month of GLP-1 weight loss medication. You'll think better, you'll sleep better, you'll lose that belly fat. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like real testosterone. Start TRT today, get a free month of GLP-1 medication. That's a $299 value, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. When something's happening in your community, ABC 15 is here to listen, to lift up your voice and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by America Roofing. Mike Broomhead.
I'm considered by most people to be conservative, and you're the progressives. You stand on progress. You stand on changing, and the Constitution's a living document, and everything changes, and you have to kind of change with society. You're not very progressive on this issue.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
KTAR News now.
Coming up on 6 o'clock, good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. The Department of Justice says we'll be learning more in the days ahead about an operation that has seen search warrants executed at more than a dozen Valley spots today, all of them appearing to be Zips Sports Grills. KTAR News spoke with this employee at the 16th Street and Bethany Home Road location who asked to remain nameless.
There feel to be 20 or 30 different agents, and it makes the most sense for them to have come at the building from every direction at the same time, so nobody even had a chance to flee if there were anybody who needed to.
We're told it's been a months-long Homeland Security investigation involving a number of different agencies. Again, we'll continue to follow this story. They say we'll have more information very soon.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego says the current behavior of ICE and Border Patrol is unacceptable. Responding to news that Commander-at-Large for the U.S. Border Patrol, Greg Bovino, may have been demoted, Gallego tells Outspoken with Bruce Gaydos what's most important is bringing a sense of professionalism back to the two agencies.
Border Patrol needs to go back to the border. They don't know how to operate when it comes to these city and urban environments. They need to bring the training standards back up to ICE agents, not just 6 weeks, but the longer standard that we have. And you have to go back to doing the things that keep people safe.
Gallego says he plans to hold up bills to fund the government with other senators unless some changes are made. You can see the entire exclusive interview with the senator at KTAR's YouTube channel.
We will be judged on what we did in this moment.
An Arizona Democrat says Congress needs to take action against ICE in light of the second fatal Minneapolis shooting involving a federal agent.
Today, Arizona U.S. Rep. Yasemin Ansari calling on Republicans in Congress to support Democrat-backed bills to put restrictions on ICE, such as not allowing federal agents to hide their faces in most situations. She adds,
last year, $170 billion additional dollars were given to DHS and ICE through the big ugly bill that was passed. There's more funding on the table right now. We have the power of the purse. We can rein in the funding.
But White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt blaming Democrats for the situation in Minneapolis.
All the president is asking for is cooperation to arrest individuals like this and deport them from the United States of America.
Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
A Republican state senator is calling for the Arizona Attorney General to resign due to her comments about ICE.
I mean, they'll be calling Chris Mays as the key defense witness in murder trials against cops.
Majority Leader John Kavanaugh tells the Mike Broomhead Show ICE officers are allowed to wear masks in military fatigues.
ICE's behavior is destroying the public's trust in law enforcement and putting every American, including local law enforcement, in danger.
Mays clarified her comments in a video over the weekend, saying she stands with local law enforcement and doesn't want anyone to get hurt. A new campaign is seeking to bring a national women's soccer team to Arizona. Sunny Sports chairwoman and co-founder Vicky Mayo says her company is leading the way, and she encourages anyone interested in the effort to register for the Founding Fans Initiative.
What we're doing here with building out the Founding Fans is giving folks that really have a passion for soccer to receive exclusive updates, priority access in the future to things like tickets and merchandise.
Mayo also announced the construction of a closed-dome stadium meant to accommodate all levels of professional soccer. You can learn more by going to sunnysports.com. With more young people being diagnosed with colorectal cancer, researchers think they found a common link. ABC's Sherry Preston explains what it is.
A new study in the journal Cancer shows people with a long history of heavy alcohol consumption have up to a 91% higher risk of developing colorectal cancer compared with those who, throughout their lives, drank very little. Researchers tracked 88,000 adults with no prehistory of cancer and found those who consumed 2 drinks a night or more over their lifetime have a 25% higher risk of developing colon cancer, double that for rectal cancer, than those who drank less.
And turning to Wall Street today, U.S. stock indexes ticked higher and today saw another record-breaking rush for the price of gold, and silver also surged. The Dow was up 313 points today, S&P up 34, NASDAQ rose 100. And if you need more money news, just visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Time to check the road home tonight. Here's Commander Bill in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
It's looking up that US 60, the Superstition Freeway eastbound, getting back to good with that accident near Dobson Road now cleared out of the way. The HOV is wide open. Across town, northbound 17 remains kind of sluggish to around Bethany Home Road as you come off the Stack Interchange, and one Service Street collision in Scottsdale, Goldwater at Indian School. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
Cloudy skies tonight, right around 44 for a low, and then 72 for the high tomorrow. Wednesday climbing to 74, currently at 62 degrees in Goodyear. Weather is brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos. Hour number 3.
Oh, a lot of people call hour number 3 the best of the hours.
All right.
A lot going on today.
Let's get to Zips here in Arizona.
Sports bar, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're just joining us, you've missed a lot. We had a special edition of the Face-Off to start the show from 4 to 5.
Yeah.
On another American getting murdered in the middle of the street, shot 10 times by a bunch of thugs who claim to be law enforcement, but we all know that they're not. At 5, we had Meghan McCain. We just got off the phone with Senator Ruben Gallego, and now we're noticing that... is it ICE? I'm not. It looks like it. They're at multiple Valley locations of Zips Sports Grill.
Yeah, I'm watching live video at Park Central Mall.
Okay,
where there is Zips, and there's a crowd of people now. I'd say maybe 3 dozen people. You see the ICE agents in masks. And then you see Phoenix police standing there, not in masks, by the way.
Huge. I can't even begin to tell you how big a deal that is. And I love that. And I've been saying this for weeks since Minnesota was attacked by its own government.
The ICE agents are wearing gas masks.
We need the adults to show up to babysit the new members of ICE. Yeah. And so that's the Phoenix PD. Listen, first of all, I don't know what ICE is doing at Zips, but I'm not complete. It's like, oh my gosh, they're at Zips. They're mean and no, I don't know what they're doing there. If there are people
all of the Zips locations?
If there are people that are working there illegally, I mean, we've seen this before, raids on a hotel or a raid on a restaurant. That's something that's not out of the realm of crazy. Minneapolis is crazy.
So, yeah, but we used to go in and get people working illegally. We didn't show up dressed like SEAL Team 6.
I understand that. This is a different version of ICE. So yeah, they've all got the gas masks on.
Yeah.
We're kind of watching this.
It's literally kind of, and again, there's multiple locations. I can only tell you, I don't know what's happening on all of them.
Well, I mean, there's cars trying to get in and out, and
it's a mall.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little crazy.
A little chaotic.
Yeah, because why? ICE doesn't know how to do crowd control. They were never taught that.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why the Phoenix Police Department is there. I will tell you this right now.
To help do crowd control.
I'm thrilled that the Phoenix Police Department is there.
That's a positive.
And I'll tell you why. Phoenix Police Department, trained. Phoenix Police Department understands the amendments to the Constitution. ICE in Minnesota, absolute thugs.
Phoenix Police Department needs to be standing in the middle there.
Good.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Good.
So Phoenix PD should be the buffer.
There's no doubt. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled because I feel a lot better. Because, again, maybe these guys just came from Minneapolis where they're pulling brown and black people out of a car. I'm not for that. But, again, I don't know what's happening at these Zips sports grills.
How many? You said there's
15?
15 in the Valley?
But it's a large-scale federal criminal investigation. Yeah. And this is what I would say. If you're there and you want to record, do it.
Yeah. You have a right to record. It's First Amendment.
Please don't get in their way, though.
No, you can't interfere. That's different. Recording is not interfering.
Correct.
Interfering is a physical act. Obstruction is a physical act. Recording them,
I will tell you this, as we're watching this in live time, everyone has their phone out.
As well they should.
Everybody is recording. Now, let me say this, too, because I want to be very fair. Everything that's happened in Minneapolis is a complete and utter disgrace. So what's happening in Phoenix right now? It's nothing bad.
It's not physical by any stretch. No.
Things are not out of control.
No.
I hope they don't get out of control.
It looks like ICE is leaving at least the location at Park Central.
They may have a very good reason to be there, Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
So just because ICE is there, let's not say, oh, well, this is wrong. They shouldn't be. We don't know that. As long as it's peaceful and as long as they're not acting like the guys in Minneapolis, things are okay.
Yeah. Now, again, please, it's breaking news. It's evolving. We saw the ICE agents get into their cars and leave. I didn't see them with anybody in custody. I didn't see anybody in handcuffs. Nobody other than the ICE agents, all wearing gas masks and helmets.
That's a little much.
Of course.
That's ridiculous.
They're the only ones I saw get back into cars. And the crowd wasn't like, I'm going to say this nice. If they would have been pulling somebody out of zips, like that would have drawn the crowd
hell
towards
would
it.
have broken loose.
But I didn't see anything like that. So I don't know if their investigation yielded nothing. I have no idea at this point.
Well, from what we understand, ICE did go into some of these locations.
Multiple ones.
There was a witness that said they went in the back, they went in the front. Hey, listen, if there's something going on and they need to be there to start arresting people,
do they have a valid search warrant?
Then that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how many times I have to say it. I'm 100% on board. If you're here illegally, for the most part, you should be deported. Most part. Okay? If you've been here 30 years or 20 years, I'm not for it. So, ICE does have a role. This new version of ICE, I mean, I can't even tell you what I'd love to say on the air because I would get fired for cursing. They're thugs, they're untrained, and they're horrible. That's what I see in Minneapolis.
By the way, thank you, guys. I'm getting people texting us, eyewitnesses who are at the scenes, if you will, 620, 620.
Yeah. Keep it peaceful.
The one in Gilbert, they say there's a lot of unmarked cars, but there's also 6 Gilbert police vehicles there. So it looks like local police is there not to conduct the investigation part, at least the way we've understood it, but to attempt to keep the peace in some way, shape, or form.
We need to go into this.
Oh, okay.
We need to go into this. What did the Phoenix PD just on Friday, and even before that, Mesa PD over the weekend, they all don't want to be associated with ICE.
Well, they've all said we don't do immigration enforcement. That's a federal job. That's not what local PD does.
But also, they are trying to say what we, in a matter of speaking, what we see in Minneapolis isn't what we do or isn't what we would do.
How we would do it.
Right. But here's the thing. If you're in the Valley and you're passing one of these places, you're seeing the Phoenix PD in with ICE and what is going to happen.
Does that muddy the water?
But see, I almost think you got to muddy it a little bit to keep the peace because ICE doesn't know how to keep the peace.
From everything I've seen and from what we've heard from local law enforcement, they are not there to arrest people.
ICE is not there to arrest people?
Local police
are not there to arrest people.
That's not what they're there to do. They are there
to babysit. Let's be honest.
They're there to crowd control. You want to call it?
No, they're there to watch ICE. They've seen the horror in Minneapolis. They've seen the shooting of 2 Americans. They've seen the killings, and we've got great police officers all over the Valley. Huge supporter. Not a supporter of this version of ICE.
So getting a report at 64th and Greenway at the Zips there. No. I believe that's Scottsdale. It might be Phoenix. No local PD, but a very calm situation, somebody says.
This is good.
Scottsdale PD is out at some places, so they obviously, in some way, shape, or form, are cooperating. Now, are they just cooperating to prevent people from getting shot by ICE? I don't know. You see what I'm saying? Like, what is their level of cooperation? Because I think we need professional police.
We don't have that with us
at these locations.
Yeah. So I would tell you that I like this.
Okay.
I like this. I think that the PDs around the Valley are like, it might not be a good look for us because someone peering into this will see us with ICE, and we don't really want that. But the best thing for Arizona is if our local law enforcement trained, right, well over 47 days.
Understands crowd control, understands civil rights.
By the way, I think they read the Constitution, unlike the guys in Minneapolis.
Seem aware of it, yes.
This is good. This is maybe how you keep the peace.
Interesting. Yeah.
And so I gotta give it. Listen, we should have Law Enforcement Appreciation Week. So I'm not kidding you. For all the law enforcement around Arizona, for what you have done year after year, again, yes, there are bad apples everywhere. There are bad apples in every place of work. But the tough job that they have couldn't support them anymore. And I think what they've seen is ICE is rogue. They're killing people in Minneapolis. They're racially profiling people. They're pulling out, handicapped people from their cars. They arrested a 5-year-old. I mean, this is outrageous. So now our local law enforcement, to keep the peace, is next to ICE. And you know what? They're watching ICE. Good. We need somebody watching them. This is good.
In Minnesota, they called in the National Guard.
Yeah.
Basically to babysit ICE.
Well, I mean, hey.
Hope it doesn't get to that point here.
I hope it doesn't get to that point either.
Yeah.
All right, so we're watching Zips. There are ICE agents there.
All over the valley.
Yeah. And so far, you're recording them. Good
Peaceful.
for you. So far, you're staying out of their way. Good for you.
Yeah.
And ICE is not acting like the ICE we know in Minneapolis, which is good.
They're not escalating.
Which is good.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Let's hear a little bit from Ruben Gallego. Senator joined us a little while ago. What can he do? And they might pull the plug and shut this government down. So we'll talk about that coming up next.
Have you saved for retirement? Good. A lot of you do. You had a 401k, you got that IRA rollover. You've been, quote unquote, doing the right things. But it's one thing to save for retirement. It's entirely something else to be ready for retirement. Yeah, that's a little more scary, right? Well, Trajan Wealth are there to help. They helped me. They helped me build a plan that doesn't involve guesswork. It involves a heck of a lot more peace of mind. Now, let's be clear. My plan would not be your plan, and vice versa, right? Everybody is at a different spot. Everybody has a different situation. Heck, everybody has a different risk tolerance. What's yours? Where are you at? How can they help you? Remember, they're not salespeople. They're fiduciaries. They're there to provide information for you and help you come up with a plan. Straight talk, not all that gobbledygook that, by the way, I wouldn't understand anyway. They're going to give you options, and they're not going to try to sell you something you don't need, all right? I'm a client. I send my friends to them. They're clients as well, and I think you'll be happy with the folks at Trajan Wealth. Give them a call. There's no obligation. 480-990-3300. It's 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC registered investment advisor client. Paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:17, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem will be testifying before the Senate Judiciary Committee March 3rd. That's according to ranking Democratic member Senator Dick Durbin. The news follows the deadly U.S. Border Patrol shooting of 37-year-old Alex Preddy in Minneapolis on Saturday. The third shooting this month, the second fatal, involving immigration agents in the city. ABC's Trevor Ault is in Minneapolis.
In court documents, a doctor who treated Alex Preddy at the scene says agents shot Preddy at least 6 or 7 times, adding the victim had at least 3 bullet wounds in his back, an additional gunshot wound on the victim's upper left chest, and another possible gunshot wound on his neck. Another witness saying it didn't look like he was trying to resist. 4 or 5 agents had him on the ground, and they just started shooting him.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time to check on traffic now with Commander Bill live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Looking at your cameras, freeway slowing light to moderate along I-10, the Inner Loop Freeway from the tunnel to about the mini stack downtown. Eastbound Papago Freeway staying heavy from the stack out to the 101 Hour Freya, and the northbound 17 still kind of busy right now as you work your way up to Bethany Home Road, but getting better minute by minute. I'm Commander Bill. Now let's take you back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gaydos.
All right. Hey, and a quick shout out. Wonderful city of Guadalupe. The Guadalupeans, thank you guys so much. Shout out to Guadalupe. Appreciate you guys listening. All right. We're going to hear a little bit from Senator Gallego, who joined us last hour, but friend of the show. Our buddy Troy Hayden was literally on the scene live at one of these Zips. I believe he was down at Park Central Mall.
Yeah, federal agents raid some of the Zips sports grills. And, you and I were kind of watching all the TVs. I want to hear what Hayden had to say. Let's play a couple of these clips.
We just had these agents come in their heavy riot gear, and basically they pushed the protesters back, and you can see them as they're retreating right now with their hands on each other's shoulders coming back, and they got the original officers who were doing this operation out of here. And what we're seeing now are the protesters following them, getting closer and closer to their vehicles.
Okay.
No,
and we saw some of that,
Yeah.
and they did, the HSI or ICE officers, they did leave, and it appeared without incident, at least in that location.
We've all been seeing what's been going on in Minnesota over the last couple of weeks, and this now is starting to look a lot like that in terms of you have agents in full riot tactical gear, and you've got a very large crowd. I'd say it's probably 150 people over here. They are not friendly.
All right. So one of the things that has always been discussed for decades is if you are going to bring the police out to a scene, or if you're going to bring the National Guard out to a scene, or if you're going to bring ICE out to a scene, how do you, I know it sounds weird, but do you put them in tactical gear? Because when you do that, it brings the temperature up.
Right.
You know what I mean?
The argument is
if
that
you bring a tank out,
absolutely,
you're like, okay, hold on a minute here.
Well, it also draws attention. If they were there to execute a search warrant and arrest somebody they think is in the country illegally, they could show up in blazers. 4 guys could go in. By the way, like they've been doing it for 50 years in this country.
Right.
And deporting millions that way.
More from Troy Hayden.
So the good news, Mark and Caribe, as long as I've been here, I haven't seen anybody injured, no pepper spray. Protesters definitely confronting these different police officers and agents. We don't know if anybody was arrested. I heard that it was possible that somebody was taken out a side door of Zips. That is not confirmed. But here we are. It's a scene again that we've seen play out in other cities, and we're seeing it tonight, guys, play out right here in Phoenix.
All right, here's the difference, though. People are not being dragged out of their cars for no reason. That is not happening.
And it appears there was, again, they're executing a search warrant of some sort.
Okay.
Again, I don't believe them when they say that, but it's possible.
Don't believe
that they have search warrants.
Well, I mean, there's no reason for us to believe anything.
Yeah. They've been lying all along.
Right.
Why would I suddenly start believing them?
Right. There are people that are either curious and are showing up. I'm sure.
We know there's people that follow them, and like
protesters,
there's a whole social network of people that alert each other when they're out and about, right?
Right. But as far as I can see, that nothing here has happened like anything in Minneapolis. Nothing.
No,
nothing.
100%.
Because if it did, we would be on it.
Yeah.
And that would be unacceptable. We started to have people being dragged out of their cars. I don't think this is a new day for the new ICE, the new version of ICE. Oh, well, now we've killed 2 people. We've got to ratchet it down a little bit. I don't think that's the case.
No.
But, they show up with the masks. They show up. Some of them have identification. Some of them don't. They've got riot gear on. And at least today, they weren't looking for a fight in Phoenix.
Yeah.
At least today.
And
here's a good question, too. Like, if Congress could, pass something, if they ever got their act together, where ICE agents had to unmask, they'd all quit.
Oh, yeah.
They would quit so
They don't want to be,
fast.
yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
They would quit and have to give the $50,000 back. Because they would never, they would never be able to get another job again in their entire life if they had to unmask and act like they did in Minneapolis. Really big men who put masks on and kick women and pull them out of cars with masks on. It's what they do in Minneapolis. Yeah. I wouldn't try it here, guys.
We're going to get to that reaction from Senator Gallego and talking about potentially shutting the government down over this. We'll do that. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, let's spend a minute talking about Aria Dental Implant Center. Aria Dental Implant Center. So if you have broken or missing teeth, okay, and you've lived with it for most of your life, and you're just like, goodness gracious, what am I doing? I'm not healthy. I can't eat certain foods. I try and chew the foods, and then I swallow it, and it's like, digestive issues. This is your health. This is your health that we're talking about. Go and experience the Aria difference. You'll be glad that you did. No gimmick dentistry over there. No bait and switch pricing. No fake limited time offers over there. No, what you're going to get is Dr. Joe, who has decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. He's got an expert team, and they're going to help you regain the quality of life that you deserve, and they will save you thousands of dollars compared to all the other dental implant centers. So all you have to do is go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
This month's KTAR Community Impact Spotlight shines a light on the Thunderbirds for their ongoing support of organizations that assist children and families. Through events like the WM Phoenix Open, the Thunderbirds and Thunderbirds Charities have raised more than $226 million for Arizona nonprofit organizations. KTAR is proud to shine our Community Impact Spotlight on the Thunderbirds.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
At Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix, you ask, they answer. Hi, I'm Jamie West, inviting you to Beatitudes New Year Be Informed luncheon with John Spooner from Greystone Communities. His informative presentation will cover entrance fees, monthly costs, long-term value, and you can check out the beautiful Beatitudes campus on Thursday, January 29th at 11:30. Save your spot by texting RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Join KTAR in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
We all have someone we love, like the favorite lyric in our favorite song. You can't imagine life without them. Cancer screening tests can help keep the person you love around longer by detecting changes before cancer develops, or catch it early when it may be easier to treat. And many tests are available for free or are covered by insurance. It's time to sound like a broken record. Tell all your friends and family, I love you. Get screened. Visit cancer.org/getscreened to learn more.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
So we partnered with your Valley Toyota dealers. We wanted to come into your classroom, just take a couple of quick minutes and give your teachers some money.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey y'all, I'm Kelly Clarkson. Every American dreams of creating a better life for his or her family, but in some communities, those dreams face difficult challenges. When we come together to help those in need get the same opportunities as everyone else, we truly are making our country a better place to live for all of us. So look for volunteer opportunities in your community to help others achieve the American dream, all right? This message is courtesy of the United States Air Force.
KTAR News now.
It is 6:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. New tonight, more than a dozen Valley locations have been searched as part of a Homeland Security investigation, and they all appear to be Zips Sports Grills, including the location near 16th Street and Bethany Home Road. And that's where KTAR spoke with an employee who asked not to be named.
They entered very suddenly through the front door. I'm assuming the back door is at the same time.
The woman tells us she counted dozens of agents inside that location. The Department of Justice says it's part of a months-long investigation involving a number of federal agencies, and more details will be released in the coming days.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego says everyone wants safe immigration enforcement, but current ICE and Border Patrol tactics have gone too far. He tells Outspoken with Bruce Gaydos, while he does not support defunding either agency, he does want them remade to refocus on their core missions.
What we decide as a country is what is going to be their priorities. And I think what people have clearly said is they want a secure border, which Trump has done,
right,
if you give him credit.
Right.
And number two, they want us to go after the criminals, the people that are real problems in our country.
His comments come after a man was shot and killed by ICE and Border Patrol agents in Minneapolis over the weekend, the second such killing in recent weeks. You can see the entire exclusive interview at KTAR's YouTube channel. And following the deadly shooting by immigration agents of Alex Preddy over the weekend in Minneapolis, President Trump now facing criticism from members of his own party. At least 29 Republican members of Congress have demanded a full investigation. Here's more from ABC News Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce.
Some big-name Republicans, including the governor of Texas, now urging him to, quote, recalibrate his immigration crackdown. Others denouncing the administration's rush to judgment after federal officers killed Alex Preddy. The president labeling him a gunman. Deputy White House Chief of Staff Stephen Miller calling Preddy an assassin, a comment reposted by Vice President J.D. Vance.
And turning to sports tonight, the still #1 ranked Arizona Wildcats take on BYU tonight, and tip-off is set for 7 o'clock. The ASU Sun Devils are on the road tomorrow, taking on the University of Central Florida. Also on the road tomorrow, Grand Canyon University takes on Nevada. And tonight is a night off for the Phoenix Suns. They'll be looking to get back in the win column when they host the Brooklyn Nets tomorrow night. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Time to check the road home once again with Commander Bill, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Looking at your freeway slowing from an accident. This one along I-10 westbound, the Papago Freeway approaching the 101-hour Freya HOV lane completely blocked off. Bumper to bumper to bumper traffic back to about 51st Avenue. Again, this crash on the westbound side of the 10, the Papago Freeway approaching the 101-hour Freya. Your detours, either Thomas or McDowell. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
Tonight, look for cloudy skies, low temp around 44, and then tomorrow should be sunny with our high at 72. About 74 by Wednesday, 73 on Thursday. No rain in our forecast. Weather brought to you by Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. It's 62 right now in Maricopa. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hi, Joe Huizenga. We want to hear from you. Has ICE gone too far? Are they handling things just right? Or have they not gone far enough in Minneapolis? That's tomorrow at 2, on air and on the KTAR News YouTube feed on the next Chris and Joe Show.
Just last hour, Senator Ruben Gallego joined us. He's been making a lot of noise about what happened in Minnesota and ICE in general. And we had him on and really wanted to understand a little bit more about, well, what he could and couldn't do.
Yeah, we'll also hear from Meghan McCain in a moment, but Senator Gallego about what's important right now.
The most important thing is to bring professionalism back to immigration enforcement. Border Patrol needs to go back to the border. They don't know how to operate when it comes to these city and urban environments. They need to bring the training standards back up to ICE agents, not just 6 weeks, but the longer standard that we have. And you have to go back to doing the things that keep people safe. Make sure you have warrants, for example, to go after people, focusing on working with community partners and police officers to go after the bad guys instead of having the random searches and the racial profiling that's causing a lot of the mayhem.
And what do you do if they don't want to change any of that? Because it doesn't look like they're really keen on changing any of that.
Yeah, I mean, this is why, number one, I'm going to hold up funding as much as I can with as many senators as I can to see if we can get into a compromise with the Republicans. Look, we're not in charge. I'm not going to get everything I want. But I think, my Republican colleagues, and I think Republicans and Democrats and independents in general want safe immigration enforcement. They want these guys to go after the bad guys. They want them to use warrants. Don't go into people's houses without their permission. Don't do random pull-asides of people just because they're brown or whatever color you think people are here in this country illegally. And you need to also have proper force when you're doing all this. Like, for me, one of the most frustrating things, seeing what's happening in Minnesota and other parts of the country, is seeing such heavy-handed force by the federal government. As a young man, I had to use force in Iraq at times to protect myself and protect the Marines I served with. But we also knew that every day was a different day, that we had to treat the Iraqi citizens with respect. And if you did that, then you were treated with respect again. The way that they're treating U.S. citizens in these American cities, they're treating them like enemies. They're treating them like, as if they're all threats. And that's how you end up getting a situation where Mr. Petrie was killed after getting beat up by 6 guys. And all he was trying to do was help a young lady that had just gotten pepper sprayed, and he himself got pepper sprayed, and they still ended up pumping 10 bullets into him. That's the kind of environment that you're setting up, a bad command environment. There's no accountability. This is what happens when people know they could get away with, essentially murder, and there's not going to be any type of consequences. That's not what the American government has designed our law enforcement to do. That's not what the American public has agreed to do. We need safe and professional immigration enforcement, not the stuff we're seeing right now.
All right, that's Senator Ruben Gallego. You can catch the whole thing on our podcast, YouTube channel, KTAR.com. Pretty interesting chat.
Yeah.
Will they shut the government down? That government's getting shut down.
Yeah,
dude.
Friday is the deadline, and unless there are enough Republicans that say they got their finger in the wind, and they're like, "This is a bad look for us. How do we get out of this?"
I think Republicans, many have come out and said that what is happening there is unconscionable. It's just it's something we haven't seen in
but they're still
since the 1960s.
They're more afraid of Trump than they are afraid of their voters, basically.
Then you're never going to win an election after Trump leaves.
There's a chance of that.
You'll never win one.
They only worry about the next election, Gaydos.
Well, the midterms, anything can change. A lot could change. A lot could change in the next, several months, but it's going to be a mess for Republicans. All right, so Meghan McCain, Mondays with Meghan, she joins us 5 o'clock. We asked her, what's the off-ramp for Trump? Even Trump is watching this from the White House and saying, boy, everybody was in. They were in. We were going to go after the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the worst of the worst are the ones in uniform. So what is the off-ramp for Donald Trump? We asked Meghan, and here's what she said.
I don't know, but the polling on it, like Harry Enton on CNN today, now ICE's net approval is at negative 27%, which is obviously extremely low. I was actually and granted, I'm on maternity leave and sort of in a fog, but when the first initial Kristi Noem press conference came out, I assumed that this guy pulled a gun on ICE officials.
Me
I was
too.
like, I was like, well, obviously they shot him because you can't pull a gun on law enforcement because I support law enforcement. I support people who work in, police and in the government, and I support people who work in ICE. But then when you come out finding out that she, seems to have patently, if not lied, completely misrepresented the situation, and like you said, calling him a terrorist, I think that's where the anger and confusion is coming from because, people screw up and people make tragic mistakes. It's a horrible part of life, and it's a horrible part of things like the heated political climate that we're in. But the lying about this, and then the victim's family coming out saying, he was a wonderful man and he loved his country and help us to make sure that these lies aren't spread about him. This seems like a completely unprecedented territory. And we always talk about the let them eat cake element of the administration. And last night there was this screening of Melania Trump's movie at the White House, which is fine for them to screen the movie. But I just thought the optics of everyone in tuxedos at the same time that peaceful protesters are being shot 10 times is an interesting optical difference for this moment. And look, I think the midterms are totally going to hell. I think that Republicans have totally lost the narrative, and anyone supporting this, which people like Governor Greg Abbott and Ted Cruz are coming out criticizing this. It's not like all Republicans are on board.
All right, that's Meghan McCain. And you know what has to happen? Republicans have to come out and say, this is BS. Where have you been?
They have to take a stand. And they're not going to get away with, I didn't see the video, or I don't know, I don't follow this story. They're not going to get away with that crap.
No.
They're going to, I think voters are going to want to know, what side are you on?
Yeah.
Pick a side. That's fine.
Well, again, it's not right versus left. It's not Republican versus Democrat. It is reality and what you see with your own eyes, or it is stick your head as far as you can, where. And don't watch it.
Yeah. And you know what? It's even more fundamental for me. Do you support the Constitution? Do you support the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment? Do you support that? Or do you not? And if you don't, that's okay. Yeah. I just want to know which side of the fence you're on. That's my litmus test.
Yeah.
Do you believe in the First Amendment? Do you believe in the Second Amendment? Where are we at? Yeah. It can't be don't tread on me, but tread on everyone else. Those people is fine.
Yeah. I mean, for the record, Alex Preddy was not a protester. Some people on the right are making him out to be a protester.
Even if he was.
I'm not on the right or the left.
Even if he was. It's irrelevant.
He was, but I think it's important to say. Yeah. He wasn't there.
He was videoing.
He was there to video. He was there to watch it.
And if you watch the whole video, the ice-masked thugs who murdered him attacked another woman who was videoing them. Why? Because they don't like the First Amendment. That's the First Amendment.
They don't like women, Bruce.
Well, they certainly don't like women.
Yeah.
So they pushed her down while she was videoing them.
Violently.
Violating her First Amendment.
They walked up to, the ICE thugs walked up to them.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
They confronted them.
Yeah. I mean, if you're just videotaping and you're not in the way, you're not doing anything wrong.
Yeah.
And his last act on this earth was defending a woman who ICE violently shoved for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, they violated his First, Second, and Fourth Amendment rights all in one fell swoop.
Yeah,
because they're unconstitutional thugs.
Then they subdued him.
Yeah,
and then they shot him 10 times. 10 shots were fired, and then they counted the bullet holes in him.
There was a doctor there that he said they wouldn't let him go. He performed CPR, and he said that they first off wouldn't let him go and help. They were not providing aid as they claimed they were. He provided the aid, and he said that, they were standing around counting bullet holes.
And it's like what you said, even if he did resist arrest, it's not punishable by death.
Neither is filming a cop. No. By the way, neither telling us to go bleep themselves.
Right, and neither is carrying a gun.
Neither is lawfully carrying a gun.
Yeah.
Not a death sentence.
Some Republicans have forgotten about that.
Yeah, it's funny how they suddenly, well, I put it this way.
You're allowed to do
They're
it.
fine violating the First Amendment. You can't film ICE. Okay, you're fine violating that. The Fourth Amendment, unreasonable search and seizure. Kick indoors without a warrant. I don't care. We're going to shoot people who have guns, legally carrying guns. Hold on a second. Now we're at the Second Amendment. That's the one I care about. It just took getting to that for some of them, apparently.
Well, I mean, most of the country is coming around to the fact that this should not be happening. Yeah. And whether you choose to pretend it's not what your own eyes tell you is up to you.
Fair. Very fair. Checking the headlines are on the way. We come back on the other side. We got Gaydos' Big Q. I'm ready for it today. Coming up right here, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about Red Mountain weight loss, everybody. So, low testosterone. Some of you guys have it. Some of you guys think you have it. And you think it's a big deal and you're embarrassed. Don't be embarrassed. A lot of men have this issue. I won't even call it a problem, but it's very fixable. When you go to Red Mountain Weight Loss and you talk to the great doctors there, they're going to test you for low T. And if you have low testosterone, you get testosterone therapy. And guess what? You feel like you're 20 years old again. Who doesn't want to feel like they're 20 years old again? It sounds to me like the fountain of youth. Just go get a low T test from Red Mountain, right? Let me sweeten it for you just a bit. You mentioned Gaydos, and you go to Red Mountain. Testosterone therapy, yes, but you'll also get a month of GLP-1 weight loss medication absolutely free, $299 value. So just go to redmountainweightloss.com. You could dial pound 250 on your phone and use the keyword Red Mountain.
Win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open from KTAR News. This show's keyword is par. Par. Text the word par to 620-620 right now for your chance to win tickets for the WM Phoenix Open. Message and data rates may apply.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:46, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The Department of Justice says we'll be learning more in the days ahead about an operation that has seen search warrants executed at more than a dozen Valley spots today, all of them appearing to be Zip Sports Grills. KTAR News spoke with this employee at the 16th Street and Bethany Home Road location who asked to remain nameless.
There feel to be 20 or 30 different agents, and it makes the most sense for them to have come out the building from every direction at the same time, so nobody even had a chance to flee if there were anybody who needed to.
We're told this was a months-long Homeland Security investigation involving a number of different agencies. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Now let's check the road home. Here's Commander Bill live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
We've got a little bit of good and a little bit of bad. First, the bad. Along I-10 westbound the Papago Freeway, it's a crash near 51st Avenue. Looking at your cameras, it's blocking the HOV lane. Now here's the good. That crash on I-10 westbound approaching the 101 Agua Fria just moved off the freeway. If you're looking for Surface Street alternates, McDowell or Thomas, they'll serve you well. One Surface Street collision in Avondale, El Mirage at Indian School. I'm Commander Bill, KTAR News.
If you're squinting at 30, hunting for reading glasses at 50, or dealing with cataracts at 80, your eyes don't care how old you are. They just want freedom. Hi, it's Dr. King from King LASIK and K2 Vision. From LASIK to lens replacement to cataract surgery, we have vision solutions for every stage of life.
Trust the experience of 250,000 procedures and schedule your free Zoom consult at kinglasik.com. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. kinglasik.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
The Gaydos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, KTAR.com, right side of the page. Videos of the latest ICE shooting appear to contradict federal accounts of what happened. Have you lost trust in the government to tell you the truth? Yes or no?
This is a trick question.
Why?
I've never had any trust on government to tell me the truth. I'm distrustful of government by nature.
I would say I agree with you.
I'm going to say yes, 77%.
Yes, 63%.
Okay.
Let me broaden the question. Let me change it a little bit.
Okay.
When when they kill somebody again, when ICE kills somebody again tomorrow, the next day, because it will happen, and you see Kristi Noem come out and lie her face off, and you see, I don't know, the guy who's like these shorter stature.
Oberfier or Bovino?
All right, I don't remember what his name is. Bovino.
Bovino.
Okay, he lies too.
Oh, God.
Like they said that the guy was brandishing a weapon. Not true. They said he's a domestic terrorist. That's insane.
They said he attacked the officers.
Not true.
No.
Not even close.
None of that turned out to be.
And so when they come out and they lie right out of the gate about a situation that has taken place or a shooting, there's nothing that you can believe anymore.
Well,
so let me throw this at you. We even brought this up. Did you see that there was a judge who was appointed by Trump?
Mm-hmm.
After the shooting, he put something out where it was, I'll look at it real quick. He basically said, you're not allowed to destroy any evidence.
Right. He told the feds that they had to preserve evidence for an investigation.
What?
Because, of course, they're not going to investigate. Of course, you can't trust them to investigate.
Who tells the government you can't destroy?
Well,
it's
because
unbelievable.
Before an investigation even began, they came out with their conclusion.
Twice.
Before they investigated anything.
Right. Now this is
so
twice.
How could you trust them to investigate anything?
Yeah.
They've already determined it's a domestic terrorist who attacked cops. And if there wasn't a video, that's what they would say. Don't believe a damn word. They're pathological liars.
It's
and
incredible.
They're lying on purpose. And they're lying to people that they know will repeat the lie over and over again as a fact. Now, people who can see with their own eyes know that, but not everybody pays attention.
Right.
That's their hope.
Right.
Don't pay attention.
It's the gaslighting is unbelievable.
Yeah.
The lying is incredible.
Agreed. It's out of control.
All right,
as
so
predicted.
Let's go back to a story that we brought up at the beginning of this hour.
Ooh.
We've got ICE in Phoenix now.
Yes.
Okay, now listen, it's not what's happened in Minneapolis. They're not 3,000 agents there. But what we're seeing is Homeland Security investigating Valley locations of Zips, the Zip Sports Grill.
Like apparently, if not all of them, many of them. There's almost 15 locations here in the Valley.
And I'll just say it right now. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt that there's a reason that you went in there until you
they're never going to show you the
unless
warrant.
you give
Hopefully
me a reason that I shouldn't believe you.
Hopefully you ask for a signed warrant from a judge before they came in the door.
Okay. I don't know what they're really here for. They said it was an investigation. Do you think it's gotten a bit out of hand, a little out of hand here and there? The stuff from Troy Hayden from 12 News.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it seems like maybe an hour ago, it got a little dicey. I think people were
tense.
No one was hurt.
No, and it seemed like they HSI left as it was starting to get, as more people showed up.
Yeah.
At least that's what it appeared. And again, I'm only seeing pieces of video. I admit that.
Right. Man, when you see what has happened in Minneapolis and you watch it and you consume it and you wake up in the morning and you see it, ICE is the villain.
Oh, yeah. They're the baddies. They're the brown shirts.
And it's not anything I've ever wanted to say. It's not anything I've ever wanted to believe. This is not the old ICE who did a job that we need. if you're here illegally, you should probably get deported. If you came in the wrong way, you should get deported. I'm all for it. I've always been for it. This new version of ICE, they're not our friends. And by the way, they're not really arresting a whole ton of people. They're pulling you out of cars, and they're killing people. And that's not what we do here.
No.
And most of America is seeing this and are furious. And the polls show it. And even Donald Trump is pivoting because he knows how bad this looks.
Who knows what can change just overnight? We shall find out, right? Appreciate you guys spending some time with us today. Thank you very much. We appreciate everybody it takes to put the show together. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got our DJ over there, just in time. We have the First Lady of Outspoken. That's Miss Jules. The Hall of Famer and pride of Tennessee with all of the news and information. That's Becky Lynn. And hey, getting you home today with all the traffic, that's Commander Bill. Thanks, guys.
I hope tomorrow's a little bit better. Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gaydos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Here's the tale of Tina, searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Till Good RX wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I'll put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't, and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination, and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store and online. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Limited time. For JD Power 2025 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Check it out at the Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here, along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk about required minimum distributions. This is kind of a scary thing for a lot of people.
Absolutely. Listen, we all know that you're forced to take income eventually, but people never plan it out and cash flow it out into their retirement. It can have implications that a lot of people don't understand. So you have to take the money, even if you don't want to.
And it's more than just about taxes, too, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's about Social Security penalties and Medicare Medicare penalties, taxation on Social Security. It has a dramatic downline effect if you don't plan for it.
So, what do you do about required minimum distributions?
It's about having an income plan in retirement. If you don't have an income plan that accounts for your taxable earnings that you weren't expecting, you can get really hurt.
All right, get your free portfolio review. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com. Assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's